By far the biggest thing the coronavirus has taught me about other people, simply from looking at the media, because everyone who's making media right now is locked in their house, is the amount of time it'll take until people start complaining about going to beaches. Do you know how little I think about beaches outside of just an abstracted art form in which, the characters are partaking in a beach because of a very specific, highly abstracted reality that they exist in, that I, as a self-aware person, can say, "Oh, I'm not there." I'm watching a cartoon or whatever the fuck it is. I mean, if you take anime for existence, the abstraction goes so far that the fact that there's a beach scene in an anime is actually connected to the metatext of anime as a medium, which has beaches in shows for the sake of fan service, to where even if you don't put fan service or just a shot that's attempting to allure you in that way, in your show, your mind is inevitably going to connect it to that because it happens to be a beach that's in anime, especially if, the show has like moe characters in it, or is highly, hyper realistic in a way that's not overly dark. You just sort of get a sense of what all the characters look like. It could be any number of styles that are commonly correlated to this in anime, but there's a number of things going on that would bring out, the image of the beach as this, fan servicey place that's in this medium. I'm thinking about all those different things when I see a beach depicted in media. Because anime is probably where I'm going to see it, or like a video game. Oh, top 10 beach levels in games. You get the point. And so, like, when I hear about the idea that beaches are a thing people go to, I'm immediately floored. I'm like, I, well, I like, I'm not exactly floored at seeing it, but like, it surprises me that I'm hearing it, and I'm thinking about all of these, I'm immediately start connecting it to all of these other things. Um, and none of them are the fact that normal people go to them. Like, my connection to the concept is just so abstracted that I forget that real people go to them. So when I see these people on the news complaining about the fact that they can't go to the beach, when I see these complaints on the news, showing all these people at the beach, not following stay-at-home orders and stuff like that, or as a sign of reopening, this is telling me beaches are a real thing that people go to. And like, on some level in your head, you realize that, but you don't reckon with it. That's where that surprised reaction comes from, is that you don't have to reckon with it, that these are things people want to do. And that's how far removed I am from any normal thing people want to do. Like, I never leave the house. I almost never want to leave the house unless I'm going out to walk or smoke or something. Like, there's no reason for me to go out of the house. Like, the times when I do want to go out of the house, it's all night walking. So my version of reality outside, and the very few times that I actually go outside, are entirely separate from the experiences of other people. Um, and it's bizarre. It's so bizarre looking at people want to go to movie theaters, question mark. People want to go outside, question mark. People want to go to the beach, question mark, question mark. Like, what is any of this stuff? I forget that these places are places that exist, and when I do remember them, it's in such an abstracted form that I have no conception of it similar to what any normal person would be thinking, would be having themselves. They're thinking of it as like, these are a utility, these are things that we do. What the fuck? Why would I ever want to leave my house? Literally, my house has everything that I could ever want. It's so confusing to me. And people look at me like I'm the confusing one. I don't understand what these people want. I don't understand why they do the things that they do. None of it makes sense to me. I just want to stay inside. And this is why I'm thought of as like a dick by people, or like an asshole. Because in conversations, I'll be like quickly scooting the conversation along for me to leave so I can go back to my room. And everyone thinks that's a stupid behavior. That's what assholes do. Because they think you have a social obligation to talk to them or to, have an interaction. And I may acknowledge that social obligation exists for a lot of people. I just don't care because I'm prioritizing what I would like to do the most. And I think either because they don't realize that I just like being alone that much, they'll get mad, or it's because they think I'm so annoyed by them that I would rather be alone, which to them again is a bad thing. I have no conception of it as a bad thing. That's why like the different degrees in understanding are so far away from one another that it creates these inherent conflicts even in the most basic interactions. And they ask me why I don't want to be a hikikomori. Looking at this video back, I said at the end why I don't want to be a hikikomori. No, it's why I do. The reason why I say why I do, and they ask me why I want to be a hikikomori. Well, the reason why is because of it's communication errors like this that just cause awkward, bad interactions that don't make any sense. And I have media I like to consume. I just want to consume forever. It seems like the use that I've found for this channel is just posting the most irreverent, random thoughts that I have. Not even attempting to make these into videos anymore. This is just the irreverent thoughts channel. Because obviously these videos are not coherent or good enough to put on any place that I would expect people to publicly view them, because a lot of the time it's just me either being super high and then rambling into the camera about nothing, or filming videos of me super high and not saying anything. So this channel doesn't seem to have much of a purpose other than to just be irreverent. Other times I post random clips that I'm going to put into new videos anyway. Like, I feel like more than half of the videos on this channel are just stuff that I've later taken to be put into a larger video. Like, there's a whole stretch of videos, the theory about sensitive people, the DPDDD video, those all just went into diphenhydramine wet dreams, and then like the People Problemo video just got edited into the 2-hour video that's like a bunch of numbers. And I think one other video I did on here I put into that one as well. So like, this channel has basically, it's either me saving or like storing videos to later be posted into a bigger video, or it's just completely irreverent nonsense. So on the trend of completely irreverent nonsense, I actually forgot what this video was meant to be about, so I need to press pause until I remember. Okay, now I remember what I was supposed to talk about. So I think I just don't have the capacity to own people online, and I think that's why I've always been bad at political discussions, because just about every discussion I get into about politics, I never make any interesting or funny jokes. It's just me, as logically as I can, breaking down what the other person is saying, and then giving like 10 sources to justify what I'm saying. Or it's me getting really angry at the other person and then not remembering any of my arguments offhand. Because usually when I get angry, I tend to forget a lot of points that I would otherwise make. And there's actually, there's some science behind that, is that when people get into a really jumbled emotional state, they tend to forget more things because their head isn't all there. They're operating more on emotion at that point. If I recall right, like, your IQ drops by several points when you get angry. So that, like, logical capacity to break things down just isn't there. Or it's highly stunted. And I get angry almost immediately when I see an opinion that I don't like. It really just takes a couple sentences of me feeling like I'm being misrepresented or feeling like I'm being disrespected in some way, and then I'm just pissed off. Or like the other thing that is a huge trigger for me is the person acting like they know exactly everything about what they're saying. Like they know everything, and there couldn't possibly be another stance in existence, or there couldn't possibly be other evidence in existence that, because I heard some random guy on YouTube say this, I must know everything, right? That shit immediately pisses me off because I've done way more. I've put in way more effort than them, like at my baseline. And so when I hear something like that and I know they haven't put in as much effort as I have, but they're more arrogant about it than I am, that fucking it shoots my anger through the roof. And so those are like my triggers: being misrepresented, disrespected, or people being unnecessarily arrogant, or arrogant without having a reason to do so, that they just haven't put in that much research. And so and basically all of political or philosophical discussion on the internet, I've realized, is just that. No one cares about sources. No one cares about the truth. No one cares about getting to a point where they can understand things better. There's some actors who pretend like that's what they want to be doing in order to convey a sense of rationality, or to project the image of the educator onto you. And in order to be a wise educator, you have to feign some sense of humility, but it never gets used. You never actually move your stance anywhere despite putting up those airs. You only do that so when someone claims that you're being arrogant or has some other claim against you in that general direction, they can say, oh, no, 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 I'm not arrogant at all. I'm simply a humble educator. And if information comes my way that will prove me the opposite, then that's all fine. And of course, they never act on it. It's all just a lie. They do that so you have less things that you can use against them. It's about minimizing the damage. And getting owned online is basically that's basically the motor that turns all political discussion. It's not about the truth. It's not about, spreading your party's goal or making the world a better place. People may say that, but it's all a LARP. All political discussion on the internet is a LARP. It's people attempting to get you owned online so they can go to their friends and say, haha, look at this person who I owned online. All of it is about getting owned online. It's all partisan anger being thrown at one another so they can laugh at each other afterwards, or perhaps no anger at all, just people who are so confident in their position that they're going to change in 2 years, that they can just own their opponent online infinitely. So many jokes being thrown at the other person because they're not a human being if they're not on my team, right? They're not a human being if they're not a member of my party, right? And so, they use these quote-unquote moral justifications, as if morals even existed, in order to dehumanize other people on partisan lines and just make fun of them and just make oftentimes really hurtful remarks at those people, without any care in the world, despite the fact that when you come at them and ask them about policy questions, they'll say, oh yes, I just want the best for humanity, empathy will guide our party's light, blah blah blah, virtue signaling nonsense, because all of them want to be the one who's the dictator. All of them want to be the person who has the correct moral view, whatever the fuck that means, on how society should be run. People from, totally opposite sides of the political spectrum, they all think that if they were just the one in charge, if they just had, the correct policy actions being taken, then suddenly humanity would be fine and all that is immoral would be vanquished. I hate to tell you, the world's not that simple. And oftentimes, there is very little in the way of answers on the left or right political spectrum. These systems have not worked. I don't know if you've noticed or not, or if you've been looking around, but nothing that has been tried has worked out in the end. There's always a huge number of problems that end up subverting any of the existing systems within the parameters of a state apparatus. The state has failed, it hasn't worked, and it's not going to work. And so all of these arguments and this, infinite obsession with politics that everyone has, the only thing it functionally does is dehumanize other people. It's made to dehumanize other people so that that sick desire that human beings have to own people, to have the person on the, to have the person in the middle of the kingdom have tomatoes and onions thrown at them for everyone to look at, basically just public shaming. That primal human instinct to own people and dehumanize them, to not consider them human beings, but to dehumanize them across partisan lines. That's what it's about. That's all it's about. I've had people who I've considered friends who, just because I made a few jokes, or made some, remarks in the direction of anti-Semitism, completely dehumanize me and say horrible things my way, as if they're trying to quote unquote educate me on, the negative statements that I'm making, when they never had to do that. They never had to speak so negative, to be so rude, to be a fucking cunt. All they had to do was tell me, hey, Star, I think these jokes that you made or these remarks that you made were a little bit anti-Semitic, or were completely anti-Semitic, whatever. Which, I mean, their point was that they were only a little bit anti-Semitic, but I should change them. So, of course, it didn't warrant the veracity of their speech. But, I think this was anti-Semitic, this thing you said, and it would be nice if you changed it, because this has real-world implications, and these are bad things. And, of course, knowing me as someone who is generally willing to change my opinion if I hear a good enough argument to the opposite of it, I would say, okay, sure. Yeah, I did something wrong here. I'll private the video or whatever, or I'll make a public statement, or I'll just simply not do it again. And then the conversation would have been over. But because that human instinct is there, and I know this is true with this specific person I'm talking about, they would rather use it as an excuse to dehumanize me and, talk to me as if I'm a monster. And they did. And just said shitty things that are made to make someone upset. And that never had to have happened. There was no reason for that. There's no justification other than I am allowed to dehumanize you once you do something that's against my moral compass. When everyone's moral compass is different. Morals are ultimately relative to the society that they come from. And so they're meaningless. There's no sense of objective morality that you could possibly have. But everyone who has a sense of morality believes that theirs is objective on some level, believes that theirs should be enforced onto everyone else. And for me to make a statement like that, yes, I know it's inherently moral for me to make a statement like that, because my moral compass is the absence of any. My moral compass is to acknowledge the fact that they are so subjective, which in a sense is me saying objectively, this is the moral, the moral compass that we have to have, is to not take morals so seriously. But I'm not using that as a way of dehumanizing people. And so, again, I'm not doing the same thing that they're doing, even though by rejecting traditional morality, you are inherently being moral by saying that. Because morals are something you can never truly escape from. I'm not doing it in the way that they're doing. I'm not using it as an excuse to dehumanize people. I'm not using it as an excuse to own people online across partisan lines when You know, when it's not productive, it's not doing anything. I know this video is incredibly rambly, but basically I'm saying no one is doing anything. It's all a game of political theater, kabuki theater. It's all a way of making your team look good or being the cool guy in your circle of friends. Um, any delusion that it's anything more than that is exactly that, a delusion. And people who are into politics need to seek help. Dear God, I just want to go back to a time when fucking normies like Digibro did not know what politics were, or did not, like, I'm just using her as an example, because she's the first one who I could think of off the top of my head who got into this political shit, who was not into politics for like most of her life. Like, why do people like that have to have opinions on politics now? Why does literally everyone have to have opinions on politics now? Like, if you look, for example, at how widespread the YouTuber JREG is, JREG basically popularized these obscure ideologies that were only known by academics, that like no one knew what was or cared about. You have the culturally significant ones that everyone just spews memes about that they've heard in school, which are largely inaccurate, but people feel no reason to debunk those lies because why should they? They don't care about politics, so they're just going to spew society's memes at you. I mean, the perfect example of that is like Stalin killed 50 bajillion people or whatever it is, the common argument that, is in the US, that completely contradicts the primary sources that we have about the Soviet Union after its fall. Now, that's not me defending, that's not me defending human rights violations in the USSR. That's simply me stating a fact, that people way, way, way overestimate the death count that existed in the country. In the United States. Like my history teacher had told us that he killed 40 million people, which is which would have been physically impossible for him to do. Um, so, anyway, you hear common memes like that, just sort of memes that everybody, quote unquote, knows, in big air quotes, everyone knows. Um, and so, uh, I was fine when it was like that because those people have no reason to care about politics. Like they're just going about their lives. But now everyone has an opinion. So we're in this weird era where people still don't care enough to debunk the memes, the commonly heard political ideas that are just untrue, and so they keep repeating those things while at the same time attaching themselves to these hyper obscure extreme political ideologies, through having opinions about them, through knowing what they are. I want to go back to a time when they didn't know what they were. I want to go back to a time when they were like, why should I care about that when you ask them? Instead of being like everybody else who now has an opinion and has a platform. No, everyone doesn't need a platform. Everyone doesn't need an opinion. Some people are just not equipped to have opinions about these things. And that's not me saying I have an opinion about them, because I don't want to have an opinion about them. I've gotten to the point in my life where I am researching ways to actively make myself forget a lot of the quote unquote political education that I've had. Literally trying to make myself forget it. Um, it's one of those things where I'm just tired of people caring about this shit. I'm tired of people having opinions about this shit when it means nothing. It never meant anything. It never meant anything. People having opinions about this stuff is like the same as me going to Oboe-chan and I don't know, where's a random thread? Me going to Oboe-chan and saying like, I really dislike this game right here. You know, I don't know what any of this says. I don't know what the subtext is. I really don't like this game. Now let me talk for 10 minutes about why this game is bad. You would never do that. You would never do that. I would never do that. But all of a sudden, it's okay to do with to do that with politics. That like everyone has. Fucking hell, dude, I hate people so much. Why do they care? Why do I have to hear this? Why do I have to interface with this? Why do I have to hear it? I've never wanted to hear about this shit from these fucking normies who, at least if you're going to talk about it, be educated on it. They're not educated on it. They're just spewing opinions at me. You know, like, can we go back to a time when people didn't know what any of this stuff was? Please. Please. I feel like 2016 internet and early 2017 internet and just throughout 2016, everyone was trying to avoid politics because it was the 2016 election and Trump and Hillary were so divisive that they were like, let's just get these people out of my face. I don't want to deal with it. I just want everything to go back to normal. That was the attitude at the time. Let's depoliticize everything. This is too political for me. And so everyone kind of signed off during that year, and 2017 kind of had the residual elements of that. But I think, like mid to late 2017, along with just the year of 2018, people started caring. People started knowing what all these obscure ideologies are, and I attribute slightly, at least, the rise of J-Reg and the political memery thing to getting people to care about this stuff. But like, so that's part of it. It's partly due to memes. Is that I guess meme creators ran out of creativity, so they had to move on to something else to make jokes about, and then because people liked the memes, they started finding out what these ideologies were. Maybe it's that. I don't know. I don't know what caused this, but I do know that there was a dramatic shift on the internet where all of a sudden people started being dicks. Everyone's a dick now. I wish everyone would just stop being dicks and stop caring. Wait, there's a Sakura Wars show. Sakura Wars the animation. Is this new? I don't know if this is new or not. Yes, Sakura Wars the animation. Is this come out this season? Wow, yeah. I did not know there was a Sakura Wars TV show. My Japanese pronunciation is like really bad today because I'm super tired right now. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, like when you're in that period where you still can't pronounce Japanese very well. But it means that I need to be doing more listening and less speaking. I think early on I started speaking too much, and so because I started speaking early on, I developed these habits with pronouncing the words wrong, and I need to teach myself how to unlearn that bad pronunciation, which, like, that's really unhelpful that I did that, but, you know, it is what it is. And also, I'm just, like, not trying to pronounce it well, because I'm speaking to you in English and not in Japanese. So I don't know I've been so incoherent today. It's incredible. Do you know the amount of brain fog I've had today? I've been so incoherent. What's going on Tono-chan? Yeah, I want to go back to a time when no one cared about when no one knew what politics like were. Like everyone who had the potential to care about politics just didn't. Can we please go back to that? Please? Please? Oh, Jesus Christ, what was that? That was loud. Can we please, just please go back to that era when no one cared, when no one knew what it was? Why the fuck is there politics in my Digipro videos? I don't want that. This is like the opposite of what I want. I don't want that. I want to go back to a time when no one knew what any of the terms were, when the terms were like non-existent to people, when no one knew. Just please, just get it away. Just please get it away. I want to look at anime. Look at this. This is anime? you guys like anime, right? You guys like anime, right? You guys like anime, right? Toward landscapes that I had never seen with my own eyes, longing for soil upon which I could never hope to tread. This based as fuck. What are you guys doing with your life if not reading visual novels? You like anime, right? You guys like anime, right? Why do people care? Why do people care about politics? Why do they care? I wish they would stop caring. I fucking hate these people. Talk about the weather or something. Talk about the weather. Talk about this. Whatever. Yeah, talk about this. Don't talk about anything. Just talk about this single character right here. Don't talk about anything else. Please. Please. Jesus fucking Christ. Why do they care? It's like people want to be a part of the in club. They would like, everybody else cares about this thing. Now I need to care about this thing. To hop on a trendy anime series. Become an anime trender or whatever, and focus on that for the rest of your life. There's no reason. Literally none. There's no reason for you to care about political discourse. Saying it's interesting is not an excuse. I don't care. First of all, why would you find that interesting? Like, why? Why is that interesting to you? To me, it just causes more heartache. It just raises my blood pressure. Stop caring, please. Stop caring. I want it all to go away. I want it all to go away. Yeah. There was going to be a larger point that I was going to make out of this video. But I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated with, like, the way the world currently is that everyone has an agenda that they have to insert into absolutely everything that they make or say. I want no more agendas. No more agendas. Please, no more agendas. I'm gonna be trying as hard as I possibly can from now on to have no agenda of my own. Also, yes, I realize the irony of that statement is that everyone inherently has an agenda that they're pushing, and that everyone is inherently a pundit for what they think, because what they think is their subjective point of view that they're putting out into the ether for people to understand and potentially agree with, thereby changing the consensus. I realize that. I know that it's a fruitless effort because every action is a political action. I realize that, yes. I'm just saying that perhaps the best political action is one divorced from any systems whatsoever, thereby not even to not give them legitimacy, just to ignore them. That apoliticism, while it is a political action, a pretty liberal one, it's the best one. It's the best one that you can take. I realize you can never truly run away from it, but I think just pretending it doesn't exist is a better alternative, because at least in that timeline everybody gets along. You can have opinions on social issues, I guess. I don't give a fuck about that. Social issues directly benefit me too. So, like, if I were out here really, hard and fast arguing for drug legalization and for trans people having rights, I mean, I'm not going to stop doing that, because social issues directly affect you, whereas economic ones, they might affect you, but fighting for them isn't going to do anything. Having opinions about them aren't going to do anything. You're not going to change anything. Whereas with social issues, we have at least a little bit more direct influence over. And also, social issues, having opinions about social issues and changing people's minds about them, doesn't just change things in a political sense, it also changes things for you within your social group, because now you don't have that fucking moron who always says, drugs are bad, okay? You know, that ignoramus who just repeats every single fucking meme that they hear in school without ever questioning who said it or for what reason. Um, so, you know, telling them that they're a fucking moron and that drugs are generally pretty safe is a good thing, because that makes one less moron in the world on social issues. And that means one less person annoyingly judging you for your decisions, which has a direct impact on you. So, politicizers, have all the fun you want to in the realm of social politics, but leave me out of everything else. Leave me out of all of it. Please. Okay, guys, I think I figured something out, that I've been buying into a meme this whole time. By the way, the anime board on 8chan still has not gotten as good as pre-8kun 8chan, which is really unfortunate. It's the threads are still, well, they're not just as bad as when this all started, but geez, my guy, they still haven't quite recovered. So it's, I mean, at least I can read it now without wanting to fucking shoot myself. But those slight improvements don't mean much in the face of the fact that they still haven't gotten better. Ooh, cool image. Who saved this? They still haven't gotten all the way better. So maybe 8kun will never be as good as what 8chan was. But I hope they at least strive to have the level of discussion that they used to. This is really annoying. These people really annoying, whereas before it wasn't as annoying. But okay, I think I've realized that I've been buying into a meme. In my last video on unconditional apoliticism, I said that everything is political. And the more that I thought about that after I released that video, the more I'm thinking, maybe that's just a meme that political people tell us so we don't end up giving up on their systems. Like, the sort of the logic behind the statement that everything is political is that every action that you take, whether it is to advocate for something or not advocate for something, is in some way at least residually contributing to one side or the other. So by advocating for one position, obviously you're contributing to the strength of that position. And by not advocating for it, you're contributing to the strength of another position. And if we're thinking of things in a utilitarian sense, like if we're thinking of how do all of these different actions contribute to the whole, I don't think that's necessarily true, because we live in a deeply fatalistic world where, by and large, the outcomes have been decided, that we are not able to affect any significant change because the people who own the media are, in large part, the same people who own the legislation and own the outcomes of whatever this system will produce. It's how they're able to cheat someone like Bernie Sanders, who, based on all of the exit polls in 2016, won the election against Hillary Clinton, but he didn't win anyway because they cheated. Outright rigging of the voting machines. And I mean, you know, like, the voting machines in general are very easy to rig if you trace back, you know, the manufacturers of them, and you know, how unstable they are compared to paper ballots. You can start linking names to actions. You know, you can start linking ideologies to the people who are in charge, and in a lot of ways, the vote shouldn't be believed. You know, like, and I mean, you can push back against that and say I'm a conspiracy theorist or whatever, and you would be wrong. So don't even try. But yeah, even if you don't believe in that core premise that the voting machines themselves are rigged, there are various ways in which the system is undeniably rigged against change, whether that be on the populist right or the populist left. You know, So that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to have a revolution to destroy electoralism either, because we have drones now. And if you know even a little bit about modern military technology, a bunch of people with fucking sticks in the forest are not going to be able to defeat the power of the of white phosphorus and whatnot. So you're not going to win. You are not going to win unless you have some pre-established superpower backing you. And there is no pre-established superpower that exists in this world today who is not capitalist. China is capitalist. The structure of their government and largely what it produces is more akin to social democracy than socialism. And if you look at their goals and what they've been doing around the world, it is in large part to increase the accumulation of their own wealth and their standing in the world, to increase profits. I mean, they have billionaires in their country that are actively trying to increase profits. So China is capitalist. They're not trying to instill some sort of new socialist order, which they themselves have said they're not going to do. So even if you believe the delusion that China is somehow socialist, they're not going to be the guys to bring about a socialist change. They're just not. They've said it. We are not here to export our political model, etc. And if you look at their actions throughout the world, that is very much true. They're not exporting a political model. So they're out of the picture. Even if you believe they're socialist, which is wrong, they're out of the picture. Russia, largely, it's just a state capitalist institution that will align with whoever allows them to keep holding power. So they're not going to help your revolution either, because it would likely lead to sanctions from the UN, etc., and that's not going to be good for them. The only reason they've had such a good policy in Syria is because they need oil pipelines. It's not because of morals or anti-imperialist solidarity. It's just not. The United States, it's an obvious case. They're not going to help your populist revolution either. So there's no superpower left. So no one to give you arms, no one to help you out along your way. You're basically just out on your own. And Cuba, by the way, has no resources to help anyone with, because they've been sanctioned for the last, 5 decades or whatever. So that's not going to happen either. Or embargoed for the last, I want to say 70 years. Yeah, so there's no hope on the electoral front, because the system is bought and rigged, and there's no hope on the revolution front because there's just no one to help you against modern military technology. So if no change is going to be made, if it's impossible for a political change to be made, and the outcomes of everything are just fatalistic, then it's safe to say that not everything is political. Because it doesn't matter at that point how your words and actions influence other people politically. Because those people have just as much power as you do, which is none. You have no power, and you're not going to get any within the parameters that have been set in place, what with military technology advancing at the rate that it is. So everything is not political. Social issues, again, are the only place where we have any sort of power over it, because it seems like the capitalist class and the general elite is more lenient about social issues because they see it as a way to keep society stable. George Soros, for example, famously tweeted out that, drugs should be decriminalized. And there's a lot of elites that believe that they should be decriminalized because they see it as a way of reducing the prison population and making a more stable society so they can hold on to their power. Not all of the elites agree with one another. In fact, the elite is a very divided class. And so in the realm of social issues, there's probably a social issue that you believe in that they would believe in as well. And if you have at least a small section of the elite on your side, the idea of trying to make change in a social sense is not that far off. It's not as unrealistic as making an economic change. Changing things economically, or even changing like the political structure of how the vote is conducted, is largely a futile process because none of the people on top are going to support that, and you're fucked. We're all fucked. So stop caring. Not everything is political when you have no power. So stop pretending like it is, because that's only a justification for partisanism and allowing yourself to, again, continually dehumanize other people for the sake of your political party at the expense of those people, when in fact everything you're doing is completely meaningless. I think by far one of the biggest things that's led me to disconnect from the broader socialist movement, or like the implications of the American left as a whole, besides the fact that generally it's pointless, like there's not really a goal to reach towards when the entire mechanism of a state is so large organizationally that it's inherently going to get corrupted. I've frequently told the story of the corruption of when Khrushchev came to power in the USSR, in former USSR, the way that the whole system was basically upended by this military coup, and it completely subverted who was in control of the country. For as many problems as the early period of the country had, there was more democratic power in the hands of the people than there was after Khrushchev came to power. And he could do that because the military was there. He could do that because the mechanisms of the state allowed bureaucrats to exert power over the population, that they had a position that was more powerful than the position the people had. All they had to do was take it. And so, like, even though I can look at stuff like what Robert Thurston, the historian Robert Thurston, had wrote on the early period of the country, where there was what I would define as one of the most grassroots, directly democratic movements we've seen in certainly any existing state, that the strength of that democracy was not enough to hold the country. It wasn't, after Stalin's death, allowed to continue existing, because regardless of however many experiments are made at the local level to increase democratic functions, for example, one of the key things that was an element of their system was the fact that the workers decided who the candidates were on the ballot. The workers' cooperatives, which were also democratically controlled, would come together, decide who would run for the Communist Party, and then the vote was basically just a yes or no finalizing process on the candidate that they had already chosen. And it was kind of like centralized worker councils, the way that they were doing things. And the workers themselves had the authority to recall the elected Soviets at any time, which is incredibly democratic, way more democratic than anything the United States or liberal democracies had. But all this power that the people had was ultimately upended by the burgeoning bureaucracy that existed in the country. Did they have better social safety nets than any of the Western countries? Yeah, I mean, I'd rather live there if I was alive at the time. And I mean, especially if, like, I was a black person, oh yeah, I'd way rather live in the USSR. But, like, it doesn't change the fact that what they developed into was ultimately technocratic and authoritarian. I mean, there were already authoritarian problems in the early stages of the country, no doubt, but at least they had that, they had on some level that form of democratic control where the people who were members of the party were majority workers, and the people who were who formed the majority of the party in the Khrushchev era onward were more and more like these technocratic artisans and intellectuals, making the system more intelligentsia focused than focused on the majority. They lost touch with the masses, and this was a very bad thing. And I don't call myself a Marxist, but as an honest observer of history, I have to give the countries credit where credit's due and be able to weigh, how they changed and what they were in the past against one another. Keeping all of that in mind, there's certainly been a large amount of disillusionment I've had with the idea of any organized system. Because every time socialism has been tried, it's developed into some form of techno-authoritarianism, more and more away from the democratic institutions it sought to establish in its beginning. That's a problem. That would be a problem for me if I lived there, So I don't think states can work. I think states are a problem. States, the hierarchy that states allows, gives people the kind of power that no one person deserves, no group of people deserves. It's too fucking big to be able to be ran consistently and good. And with this crucial context in mind, considering why I don't really care about this political stuff anymore, I also take into account the fact that basically everyone, maybe not everyone, but most people who consider themselves radically or marginally on the left being the basically anything to the left of European social democracy, that's left wing. Anything to the left of that is left wing, which we basically don't have any of in the United States. People who are either marginally or radically on the left, I think most of them started out as liberals. The kind of center-right, Democratic Party, physically conservative, but just extremely socially liberal, is against the Second Amendment and all this other stuff. A lot of them started from that, liberal tradition. One of the things that I consistently see thrown at liberals but not at conservatives is the amount of pretentiousness that's in the movement. Now, conservatives are very authoritarian. They like to micromanage people's lives, but that's not really the same kind of arrogance as pretentiousness. Liberals, because of their opposition to who they're up against, like to present themselves as if they're the smartest person in the room. There's an emphasis on using certain kinds of words that are larger than you might see in order to confuse the opponent. So they'll have to look it up, kind of psychological warfare to make them feel bad for being a working class person who doesn't have time to read all day the way that these middle class liberals do. Or, attempting to belittle them with again, psychological tactics, trying to find little thought worms to get in their head to just bother somebody. And I think, the two best examples of this, both liberals, are Vaush and Destiny. They're incredibly arrogant, pretentious people. They're constantly using the scapegoat or the excuse of morality, whatever that means, in order to make their opponent in a debate be treated like a child, have them be treated like a child.
The way that they present people, the way that they insult people is truly nasty stuff. It's as if the reason that they're debating is to make their opponent look bad on a public stage rather than genuinely engage with that person's ideas. In order to change someone's mind, you have to have a degree of humility. You have to be willing to change your mind yourself. An honest actor in a debate, someone who's acting in good faith, does not immediately dismiss all of the points the other side has to make as inherently immoral. That's not really a very good place to argue from. It's going to be quite difficult to convince your opponent of your views, or at the very least make them understand them, when you, from the beginning, have said that everything that they believe is morally reprehensible and that they're stupid. Maybe this is a radical idea, but I'd like to think that the world is a little bit more complicated than that. I was just a little pretentious there myself, but it's okay, because I'm fighting fire with fire. As if anyone was going to watch this video in the first place. So that's my problem with liberals, is that it seems like they don't really truly care about people. It feels like they care about being right. They want to be right and be perceived as right. It's all about owning people online. That phrase I've continually used in these videos where I've tried to explain my politics is that one of the reasons I've become so disinterested in political discussion as a whole is that it's primarily just animalistic fighting. It's in order to it's to try to make your opponent look bad on a public stage. That's all it's about. It's not about advancing movements. It's not about improving anything, because largely the people don't have the power to do so. All battles in the world of ideas are simply that, ideas, not things that make coherent changes in our everyday reality. Outside of talking about something like social issues, which is incredibly malleable in the public eye, in the public consciousness. Talking about economic issues and scrutinizing one another over historical facts or perceived historical inaccuracies is ultimately going to be it's going to be a bit of a game. It's placating to one side over the other and trying to see how you can make your opponent look as weak or bad or unfit to be in the quote-unquote movement, etc. These are all very social terms, group-oriented terms, because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. How can I placate to my side? How can I make the partisans on my end of the spectrum feel the most satisfied with my words? But words, in and of themselves, have not shown to be very effective in the material battle. The we can talk all day about these things, but talking about them's not really going to do much. And organizing doesn't seem to be doing much either. It's all kind of hopeless. The refusal to acknowledge this isn't really my problem. It's more so the decorum with which this refusal is presented, which is, as I said, infantilizing, disrespectful, and pretentious. Leftists, modern day leftists, I think many of them do this less as compared to liberals. But that American liberal Democratic Party tradition, I think, is within the minds of many of these people still, because that's where they started out. In order to get moved to the left, they had to be considered on the left in the American context, which again, remember, neoliberal center-right politics with some socially progressive ideas is considered left-wing. That's what left-wing is believed to be in the United States, even though it's not. So if they're already perceiving themselves as such, the idea of becoming more radical is not that radical of an idea. It's more like the logical extension of what they're already thinking, at least to many of them as they're learning and discovering more and more of these ideas. But that person who they were politically never really fades away. It's always kind of there. And so as a result of that person remaining a part of them, because ultimately you can't unlive those experiences, I see this kind of pretentiousness pop up all over the radical left, or just the left in general. That kind of decorum, that disdain for the average person. And I mean, I'm no one to scoff at disdain for the average person. I talk about normies all the time on my channel and my problems with them, but I don't claim to be representing the average person while doing so. It's incredibly hypocritical. You know, in a way, that pretentiousness is authoritarian, like what a lot of the conservatives do. It's just authoritarian in the way of, I'm smarter than you, so please take my correct ideas, not I'm morally superior to you, so I'm going to micromanage every behavior and thought and activity you engage in. Two sides of the same coin. Both political traditions, the epoch that many of these people on either side emerge from, are deeply, deeply arrogant, and it's all tied to partisanism. The obsession, the willingness to do everything you can to placate to your side. That's all it is. When the truth of the matter is that there are things we can learn from nearly every side. Elements of every side of the political spectrum that could form things that perhaps at the local level or in small experiments worked very well. I don't believe in the idea of organized statehood at the large scale being able to be successful, but I think there's a lot of different things we could try from each side that, in the incredibly complicated multipolar world that we live in, be useful. And so you always have to be considering these different strings of context. So, ultimately, I guess the point of this video, what I was trying to get to, is that evidence, you can't just believe things for the sake of believing them. Every belief that you have should be completely nonpartisan, in the sense that the reason you came to that conclusion was because of the evidence you had been exposed to up to that point, and the constant willingness you have to not placate to partisan actors, but to be questioning that evidence that you've already accrued and be searching for more and more of it. You have to listen to both sides to be able to do that, in order to remove your subjective bias from the information you're consuming, and to view it from the lens of a objective third party. You kind of have to be willing to consume everything. And I think the more that you do that, at least in my case, with the information I've been exposed to so far, you begin to realize that this world is so complicated that there really are no easy answers. And it's a stark realization to make, especially when you forge so much of your political identity around partisanism in the first place. But it's helped me, I would like to think, become more humble, and have a stronger inclination towards listening to people who, at one point or another, I may have insulted because of the liberal tradition that I came from, and the liberal conditioning that every day I'm trying to get rid of, because all it is unhelpful pretentious, and uninviting. Things that I want to be none of, at least in this context. Ooh, Lord, that time of night. We're getting sleepy times at nighttime. Do I have anything to drink? No, I don't have anything to drink. So I don't think this is gonna be sleepy times at nighttime because I don't have anything to drink. You see, normally I have like a huge thing of water always in my room, and it's just not there. Can I drink this? Is this possible to drink? I don't know if I can drink this. I wonder how much nicotine is in this. And where does it say how much nicotine is in this? Not. I don't think there's. Where does it say? Well, I guess it doesn't say on there. I don't think you can drink this. I think that I think that has to it has to be vaped. It's only vapable. You can't drink it. Hello, dog. Hello. Yeah, real dog hours. No, this dog is my best friend. I was just having a conversation with my dad about this. Is that this dog is just incredibly kind. Like, whenever I'm feeling bad, he can very obviously tell, and he starts making a crying sound, and he'll rub his face. He'll rub his face on my like on a part of my body, or start just licking my hand over and over and over again while he's making the sound, and he'll make like a sad looking face as he's doing it. You know, just now my cat was killing a mouse that was in the house, and the dog just kept looking alert, like constantly, like he barked at the cat again and again and again to try and get the cat to take the mouse out of his mouth, and he got really upset. Like, I think he genuinely cared about the life of that mouse. And in general, he seems to be incredibly sensitive to, like, things being in pain. More than other dogs I've noticed. Like, dogs in general are sensitive towards how other animals are feeling because they're kind of similar to us. But this dog in particular, like, he's not really violent at all. He's just incredibly sensitive. Um, and like he gets aggressive when he's afraid of things, but it's not like I'm gonna attack you. It's more posturing. Like, in general, he's just very, very loving. He's a very loving dog, and I feel like a lot of my needs for affection end up just coming from this dog, spending time with this dog. But the problem is that, you know, like, that sort of form of nonverbal communication of just having something that you can love and that you know cares for you back, I think with an animal it only really goes so far. Like, I find myself a lot of the time, I try to ignore this, but I find myself a lot of the time wanting to have someone that I can laugh with, you know, wanting to have someone who I can just have really engaging conversations with, that, you know, I want to spend all of my time with, and this someone that's just exciting, or calming when I need them to be. Someone, you know, someone who I'm not afraid to tell anything to. Someone who, when I'm around them, I feel safe. And I was thinking back to, like, the first really real relationship I had with my boyfriend when I was 16. It was around the time that I had turned 16. Like, we had that. I would spend so much time thinking about when I could see him physically because I just wanted to touch him. Because the idea of touching this person who brought me so much comfort just from hearing their voice was enough to make my heart melt, you know? To bring an incomprehensible amount of joy to me. And
I think one of the most disappointing things about loving other people is that it always fades away. Is that, that period of you being infatuated with the other person is ultimately replaced by you just finding the logical reasons to stay with someone, that, it's not really about how the person makes you feel anymore. It's about just staying together for the sake of staying together. Um, it feels like most relationships just fade away. And I can't really imagine the kind of person that would want to be with someone like me. Like, I'm incredibly isolated. I want to spend most of my time alone. I, I, I'm constantly getting mad. And I hate the fact that I'm like that, like, the fact that I'm as angry as I am is something that's bothered me for a very long time. I'm constantly angry. Um, I spend all my time alone, like, I want to spend all my time alone. It's like, these aren't appealing traits to people. Where is the dating website for insane psychopaths who are just obsessed with making YouTube videos all the time and constantly doing drugs and watching anime isolated in their room? There's no dating website for that, like, there's not an appeal that has. People just look at that and go, you're a fucking weirdo. And even if there was someone who felt like my traits were appealing, I have to find them appealing as well. I have to care about them as well. And that's incredibly hard for me. Incredibly hard. Um, I find it difficult to love other people as a rule. And maybe it's a result of how much of a wall I put around myself, like how much I don't want people to be let in, um, because of the fear of how people would react, or the fear of getting hurt from that vulnerability. Um, but I don't think it's entirely that. I think there is a genuine deficit there. I think I genuinely have difficulties being able to fall in love with someone because there's a very specific set of traits that I find appealing that aren't exactly coherent, that aren't common by any means, and that it makes the whole dating field incredibly narrow because I have to feel something for the other person. The other person has to feel something for me. And it happens so rare. Like, I've talked to so many people who they fall in love instantly. It's a regular occurrence for them to get feelings of love for people. I've been in love with two people my entire life. And one of them I got over really easily. Like, I was able to get over it much easier than the first person who I had fell in love with, which was just a complete and utter mess. Uh, where I ended up basically going insane for several months because of that breakup. Um, and I think, because that breakup was so bad with that guy, it made it to where I just haven't been able to fall in love the same way anymore. It's just not there. The feelings just aren't there. Because that experience was so traumatic that, in a sense it was good because when I fell in love again, it was much easier to get over it, and I knew how to get over it, and it didn't bother me after a couple days after getting rejected, and I was okay. But that first experience was so bad that I think it also made it difficult for me to feel that way at all. Um, and so would it be possible for me to get those feelings again? I don't know. I really don't know. If it did, I don't think it would be for someone who would feel the same way about me. I think they'd probably get uncomfortable by it. They'd probably think, I'm just a fucking weirdo, which is not untrue. So I don't know. Like I was taking a walk outside today, and I was thinking, I just want someone to hold me. I just want to be held. Like, to be in that state where you're with someone who you're completely comfortable with, and their presence makes you feel safe, or just being around them induces a sense of security. That's so special. It's such a special feeling. And I can live without it. I can get through life without it. But sometimes it really does feel like, I need that motivation. I need that person to be like a goal, or to have that person to be a driving force in my life that makes it to where I can get through things easier. I just don't have that. And like I said, it's not terrible that I don't have that. I can get through it, but sometimes I sit down and I just really want that. Like, I don't know what kind of guy would ever be attracted to me. I I don't know. I'm not like an incel or whatever. Like, I genuinely don't care that much. It's just that sometimes I have these moments where there's an intense feeling of longing to connect with another person. Like, I used to be really into the album I Love You Honey Bear, because around this time of year, during the sort of the summer of 2019, I had spent several months pretty much entirely in my room, barely even talking to people online, really. It was always, I completely blacked out my windows. I put blankets over my windows. I was actually pissing in bottles at the time. That's how isolated I was. I wouldn't even go to the bathroom. Um, I put them all under my bed. I just stayed completely in my room. I locked the door. The door was always locked. I never wanted to leave. And I listened to a lot of music during that time. One of the albums I listened to was I Love You Honey Bear by Father John Misty. And that album so perfectly, so intensely encapsulates the feeling of what it's like to be in love with another person, that the more that I listened to it, the more that I wanted that I had wished that I could just have that. I actually had to stop listening to it, because I would think about, what it would be like to just lay with another person, to just have someone, stroke my hair or whatever. The human brain is a terrible thing. The human brain is a really monstrous thing, that we have to have thoughts like this. I fucking hate it. Because it's more or less completely hopeless for me. Like, my personality is just not compatible with human beings. There's a reason I left the human community. I'm too confrontational. I am a confrontational, unstable person who is selfish and incredibly vain. I feel like most of what I talk about is just talking about myself. Um, I don't know. I feel like I would kind of need a person who's as obsessed with me as I am. And that's a terrible thing to say. I'm a fucking narcissist, you know? Like, how do you find someone who's in love with someone who's in love with themselves? It's a terrible problem to have because no one is going to be sympathetic to it, you know? Like, everyone thinks you're an asshole when you say that, but I am an asshole. Um, and so I don't know. There's a reason everyone told me when I was a child that I was a bad kid. Is because I am a bad person. And maybe on some level I don't deserve to be loved. I think one thing that I've consistently taken issue with my own sex drive and has made me uncomfortable when I'm watching porn, other than the fact that there's just genuine dysphoria there, that having contact with those organs of mine makes me upset because it reminds me of what I am physically, and it it it's incredibly uncomfortable. But I mean, other than dysphoria, I think one of the things that like keeps me from wanting to jack off or makes me upset when I try to is that it feels like all of the porn that exists doesn't have any love involved in it. If you've seen my old ranting video from like a year ago, uh, where I did a video called Ranting About Shinbo Porn, and the Lane PS1 game, I talked about this idea that one of the reasons why I couldn't get into porn is because there's never a romantic connection that's being made. And so it feels incredibly shallow. And obviously I'm not going to thought police you if you like having hookups or if you just like having sex for the sake of it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a chemical reaction like anything else. Who am I to judge you for wanting to change your chemical state? Ultimately, human beings are just made of chemicals, you know? We're constantly having these neurotransmitters reacting to other things, um, and whatever you can do to increase the uptake of good chemicals, why would I shame you for that? You can do anything you want. I don't care. But when I look at my own life, it doesn't make me feel better uh, to just masturbate. It doesn't make me feel better to just have sexual feelings on their own because I need them to be tied to romance. If there's not romance, I start feeling incredibly guilty for having these feelings. I start feeling disgusting. And it feels wrong. And then I don't feel attracted anymore. Like the attraction goes away because I realize that there's no love involved. There's no care for the individual person. A lot of the time in porn, it feels like there's not even really proper consent, and that really bothers me. That just makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable. I end up feeling more empathy for the people involved than attraction. Um, like the few good experiences I've had with jacking off have always been in the very, very rare instances where I feel like I've found a video of people who genuinely love one another, and I can sort of parasocially partake in the experience of empathizing with their love. And then I find that attractive. But I don't find it attractive to have sexual feelings without that, that basis of love. It just makes me feel uncomfortable every time. It just makes me feel wrong. Like, there's something deeply, deeply gross about this. And the fact that people don't acknowledge how gross these things are infinitely confuses me. Because I think, the ability to be intimate with somebody, to defy the grossness, the inherent disgustingness of the human body, to show that part of yourself to someone else, to be comfortable enough to show that part of yourself to someone else, to take the step to have that very intimate act. I feel like the only way that can occur is through love, that I wouldn't be comfortable doing that in any other situation. I've tried to give myself up like that for the sake of experimentation, but every time in the end I got cold feet and was too uncomfortable to go through with it. And I think that's really strange. Maybe I just process this stuff different than other people, but I think, in order to defy that, baseline instinct of the body is gross, the human body is disgusting, is to embrace someone who you really, truly care about. That, in a way, the act of showing your body to that other person and doing these things is ultimately a testament to how much you care about them. It's a testament to how much you trust them. It's a testament to how comfortable they make you feel, not how good the act is in and of itself, because I find the act disgusting. I mean, while we're on the topic of love, romance, and sex, and all of these other things I seem to have on my mind while I desperately, desperately try to get to sleep, I think, it's about 11, oh wow, it is exactly 11 p.m. right now. It's almost the 26th. I'm really... I'm just jonesing for my kratom to come in the mail, because in the US, kratom is legal to buy if you're 18 years of age. So I think that's kind of cool. I just want my kratom, so I won't have to think about this fucking nonsense constantly. Well, not constantly, but while I'm trying to get to sleep. I was thinking about aesthetics, and, while I desire to be a cute girl, obviously, those feminine affectations are the affectations that I would like to outwardly project to the world around me, because that's how I would feel the most comfortable whenever I'm addressed as a feminine person. That's when I'm the most comfortable. Whenever I have dressed as a feminine person, that's made me the most euphoric. And, in general, I find the affectations associated with femininity and being a girl to be the things that make me the most happy at the individual level. And despite that continuous fascination with that side of humanity and continuous desire to be a part of it, I think males, especially young males, I'm talking late teens, early 20s here, but just males in general, have the most enticing aesthetics. They're the most attractive. And I struggle to explain this to people because there's a difference between the aesthetics that you would like to present to other people and the aesthetics that you find attractive. Like human relationships are kind of like a puzzle. You have certain pieces that connect to one another, but that interconnectivity is what gives you the whole picture. Human beings are not monoliths. We are group-oriented creatures. For as much as I would like to not be one, we are group-oriented creatures. We're social animals. That doesn't mean we should go to the logical extreme of being social animals and constantly talk to other people or instill communism or some nonsense like that. But we are social animals. Um, and so uh, human beings like to be like we're the connectivity of these elements creates the whole picture. Like you are a piece of the puzzle, you're not the entire picture. In order for the entire picture to be shown, you have to have other people connected to it. And so when I think of relationships, what they really are just the other pieces of the puzzle forming the whole picture. That you have these traits that are valuable to the person who you're with, and they have traits that are valuable to you. Um, when I think of the most meaningful relationship I had, we were very different from one another in very key ways. But that was part of what I believed at the time, at least. And ultimately, the actions that I took, the immaturity of myself, messed all of this up. But you know the whole story behind that. Um, I believe that, like the differences between us made the relationship stronger. Because there were things that he was good at that I was not good at. There were things that he understood that I did not understand, and things that I understood that he did not understand. And when we would work together by bringing these different forms of understanding together, we were able to form a clearer picture than what either one of us would have had on our own. And that's basically what relationships are. It's cooperative. It's ultimately the sum total of all that both of you can put in, but you both have to be putting something in, or else it doesn't work. But when you do, you end up feeling more genuine than you were before. Like you're expressing yourself better than you ever could, because now there's this other person who's able to channel these types of understanding, able to word these things that you couldn't on your own word, able to bring these feelings out of you that you'd been trying to bring out but couldn't without the mutuality of cooperation. And it's something you really only understand once you're with that other person. If there was any argument for the existence of human identity, it would certainly be that, because it's a feeling unparalleled to any other. You are very real when you're in a situation like that. And I find it fascinating. But that's why I think, like the male aesthetic is incredibly attractive and enticing. It's not something that I would want to be. It's not something that I am. But when I look at it, I just feel good. Like I want to be around that. It isn't I want to be that. It's I want this in my life. I want the values that this person represents and what they mean. Like I want their truth to be a contingent part of my truth. Not for it to be my truth, but for it to be a part of it. For who they are to play a decisive role in my life, but not for me to act upon their role. Um, and ultimately, how we're attracted to that is largely dependent on the circumstances we come from, the genetics we're presented with, and the experiences we've had before any of this relationship shit blinks into our mind. But what I'm attracted to and what I find appealing is decisively masculine. Or not, well, maybe not decisively. I like there to be some feminine traits on that spectrum. Feminine, of course, meaning sensitivity and not being a dick, but that's kind of a low bar to hold. You could, you could easily make the argument that that's just masculine in a good way, so whatever floats your boat, Jack. Um, I like gentlemen. Men who are gentle, but also men who are masculine in the way of having principles that, they hold to, people that are willing to fight for other people who care, you know. Um, I think that's one of the most brave things that you can do. It isn't all just about being calm under pressure or being able to brave your way through the worst tragedies. It's also having the strength to apologize. It's also having the strength to be able to bear the emotions of other people while being understanding to them, while being able to, being able to not be afraid to open up when the time is appropriate. It isn't about being pathetic. It's about being able to bear the brunt of the world, but not allow yourself to be unfeeling at the same time. To be strong, but not dead in emotions. Like the kind of radical sensitivity I have is more, oftentimes it feels like it's more on the feminine side, but like that idea of strength. I know I'm talking in very personal, like personality oriented terms here, but I'll get more into like aesthetics in a moment. I think those traits are really attractive, and the sort of Che Guevara, Che Guevara, the sort of, why is that the first man that I can think of off the top of my head? The sort of heroic figures that you may think of throughout history, combined with this sort of new, I guess, sort of new agey, industrial society, liberal man, etc., mixed in there. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. In terms of aesthetics, like, I like beards. I find beards very attractive. Um, I said strength earlier in, like, these abstract philosophical terms, but I do find genuine strength, in the physical sense very attractive. Like, people who have a nice build and, like, they can pick you up. If they can pick you up, that's a huge plus. Um, uh, I don't need these very archetypically masculine traits by any means, but I do find them really attractive. Um, the softness, the kind of softness of like youthful men as well, with like no beard whatsoever and just kind of soft and, and full of youngness, full of spunk, as they say. Uh, I find that really attractive too. Just sort of like looking at guys who um, are pretty. I know that's really unspecific, but I just find guys really pretty. They're really pretty, and I admire them, even though I don't want to be one. Hopefully that made sense.
So one of the big motivations for me leaving Discord was how much social anxiety I experienced from having having been talking to as many people as I was, and for a while I had thought that if I was just alone in my room, I would be feeling less anxiety. And in the beginning, that was very true. I had less anxiety from being in my room much more. But it's gotten to the point now where my sleep has gone back into the pattern of being so inconsistent again that I end up just intrinsically getting anxiety from sleep deprivation. And so that's a circle that I can't really square. That's a problem I've had my whole life where just about every single different thing that I throw at it hasn't been able to fix the problem. It's just part of my biology. I just have sleep problems. Um, and so now I'm starting to feel pretty significant anxiety just on my own, while at the same time becoming comfortable enough with myself to bear the brunt of saying dumb things sometimes. But there's things I've said on this channel and in other places that have been really silly that just weren't factually correct. They may have had elements of the truth in them, but um, did not did not meet the requirements to be called true, and that's really embarrassing for me. Like I feel really bad when I do that, and so I try to like listen to criticism um, and address those problems as they come up. But it's gotten easier for me to do that. Like I feel like I've been microdosing. I've been microdosing on people's reactions to the things that I say, where it's gotten easier to not just completely go insane because now I'm starting to get used to, the idea that I'm going to mess up, that I'm imperfect. And I mean, I've always known that. I've always been very critical of myself, but the idea of showing that in public, even though I've been doing YouTube for 5 years, is still a really difficult thing for me. Um, and like it feels like it's a physical it feels like the anxiety is deeply physical when I mess up, and perhaps it's just early childhood experiences being called back there, but regardless of what it is, um, it's still happening. It's still happening right now. So maybe I need to watch more anime. Maybe I need to watch more anime until this problem goes away. Maybe at some point in the near future, I just go back and I just limit who I talk to. I'm not talking to a billion people at once anymore. The thing is that it just makes me feel really guilty because when I left in a really dramatic way. I left, making it sound like it was an ultimatum. I left the option open for me to come back, but like it, I feel really bad about the way that some people may have felt after seeing that, and then for me to just come back eventually, it feels like kind of a punch to the face, um, and so I don't like that on a purely like guilt level, and then I don't like the idea that some of the problems I've had are going to come back into focus. My problem with using the site way too much because I'm just always in the room, for example. That I know that would come up again if I started now.
or I have to get to a point where that wouldn't come up. I have to get to a point where um, I'm different enough for that problem not to be there. And I got some time. I got some time to go. Can't do everything right now. Um, but I've been starting to get a bit lonely, and maybe I just need to hashtag get good and focus on doing more things I enjoy, but I have been starting to get lonely. So the prospect of me going back, I think it is there. It's just a matter of when, why, and how. Um, but like it's making me realize there really is no easy solution to my anxiety. Because the way I was thinking of it was that if you just remove the problem, the anxiety is not going to exist anymore. But inevitably, other things come up that will induce a sense of anxiety regardless. Um, and so, you know, it's one of those things where I just got to deal with it. I think I need to start being significantly more conservative about my heart. Um, because for my entire life, I've had pretty severe sleeping problems. Randomly, I'll be awake for multiple days at once for seemingly no reason. I will end up having issues with sleeping for a few hours and then continuously waking up again and again, or just waking up once and then not being able to get back to sleep. And part of it part of it is due to PTSD. Like when you have PTSD, your sleep cycle gets significantly disrupted. Like I could chalk it up to nightmares on the one hand, where a lot of the time when I get a nightmare related to PTSD, I actually like wake up like in shock. I've woken up and gotten panic attacks before from nightmares that I had related to trauma. So that certainly doesn't help my sleep by any means. But I think, when I complain about, or when I have complained about heart palpitations, like I've always gotten them from stress, but I think a lack of sleep exacerbates this problem, because if you have insomnia for long enough, it can take a toll on your heart health. Your heart health starts degrading if you're not getting the right sleep. And when I was younger, when I'm talking like middle school here, when I was in middle school, I would go like 4 days without sleeping. That's insane. That had to have done some kind of, at least a little bit of heart damage, or brain damage or something. It's insane. Um, and so I've always been pretty like carefree about my body. Like there's a lot of things I try to be aware of what the thing is going to do, or if I'm going to do something, I try to do it in the safest way that I can. But like, I mean, there are things I've done where I could have died, you know, where it may not have been a huge possibility, but it was like, like a 10% chance. Most people aren't willing to take a 10% chance, or 20%, or 30%, 40% chance. I don't think I've been in a situation where it was a 40% chance, unless we're talking about just an accident. Um, but, you know, like, most people aren't as carefree as I am because they haven't been depressed their whole life. Like, I've taken an attitude of it doesn't really matter what happens to me, because ultimately risk and reward between what might happen is, like, if there's a positive outcome that's possible and the positive outcome is likely, then I would take the chance just so the positive outcome would happen, even if the negative outcome could potentially happen. And so, like, I've made a lot of choices with eating, with how my body is taken care of, etc., that I've probably piled onto this sleeping issue because I've just been carefree about the way that I do things. I've spent a lot of days intentionally staying awake for multiple days when I already have a problem with doing it by accident, Like those videos I've made of me being awake for multiple days. I was having heart trouble through a lot of those days. It's something I was doing to myself, And I mean, it was based from a psychological standpoint. It was a cool feeling to be in, but the question then comes down to, is this feeling worth, or the novelty of this feeling worth, the damage I'm potentially doing? And it can be difficult to square that circle. I mean, it's not really that difficult for me because I just go, well, I don't really care. But not really caring can get you into a messy place if you're not careful. So I'm trying to be more careful. But yeah, it's like it's been like this for so long that I have the inability to fear the idea of me dying. And I realize that, like, our perception of what death is going to be when it comes is ultimately limited. But how am I supposed to be afraid of something that's going to happen anyway, How am I supposed to perceive it as a bad thing when it's something that for a large portion of my life I've wanted to happen? The idea of whatever exists after death, for me, for a long time, even if I didn't know what it was, I mean, I have a pretty good feeling it's just not existing. You just cease to exist because, your brain's not working, and your brain is kind of responsible for how you're feeling things and thinking things. Even though I have a pretty good feeling about that, it's like, I don't know. I can't guarantee you what it would be after. But I just don't care because it's going to happen anyway. How? Why? Why would I have any opinion on that other than why would I care if it's going to happen anyway, It comes off really weird to me when I see people who are afraid of dying. I've almost died multiple times. And I came very, very close. I just don't care. Like, I'm not completely reckless once again, but it's very difficult to explain what this feels like to people because most people are in the mindset of self-preservation. They're either NPCs or just very reasonable, and I'm not particularly reasonable. And so I find videos of me randomly staying awake for multiple days, even though it has some impact on my physical health. Like, my heart really does bother me quite a bit. When I lived in Virginia, I had a blood pressure test done and some other tests, and I was told that my blood pressure was at the level of of someone who was in their 70s. It was like at the level of like an old person that I had an extremely unhealthy blood pressure due to extreme stress. And around that time as well, I had been experiencing heart palpitations uh, that were so extreme that I actually fell over. I would fall over because of how bad the heart palpitations I was getting due to stress. And at one point, like, I almost passed out. I could not properly breathe as I was getting these heart palpitations. It was like I my vision became like borderline tunnel vision. It was so bad that I part of me thought I might actually die because I had never been in an experience where my breath was that short and my heart was beating so irregular because at first it was just like fast and hard, but at that point when I was like on the floor, it it was beating in such a weird pattern that I had never seen my heart do that before, you know? And it was mainly tied to how much stress that I was under. I'm the kind of person where my hair falls out when I'm dealing with significant stress, and it just so happens that significant stress is in my brain. It's just in my brain, um, because of trauma and other things. And so it's difficult to deal with, like on a daily basis. Where I used to be afraid of the idea of being with someone romantically and then them seeing me, like them sleeping with me, seeing me wake up in the middle of the night because I'd be having a nightmare, and or someone trying to wake me up in order for, like us to go do something, or if I had something to do that day. And then the way that I react in shock when someone wakes me up, I will literally recoil onto my bed. Like, I'll jump up when someone wakes me up or moves my body around as I'm sleeping to wake me up. And I will just like jump up out of the bed and like recoil into my position and have my my arms clenched, like like something is about to fight me, like like something is trying to kill me, and it's just from being woken up. Um, I get panic attacks sometimes. Um, I get well, I don't. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that. I I think I need to start I need to I need to do something. The thing is that when I say that I need to do something, like, there's so many things that I've already tried to do. I've taken so many different medicines for sleep from the doctor, and some of them have worked decently. It worked some amount of the time, but most of the time, the ones that work well always end up ceasing to work after some time. And you could tell me to change my diet, but like, I I can't really afford to change my diet. I have been buying like beans and some other healthy foods that you can get on a budget. I've read articles on diet and stuff and have used that to make shopping lists before. But like in general, the stuff that gets bought for food has to be shared with the other people in the house. So it's not like I'm really just feeding myself. I'm also feeding everyone else who lives here if I go that route. And so like the amount of food I buy won't necessarily last a long time. Um, and so eating healthy consistently ends up just going above the kind of budget that I have. And that ends up making me feel very frustrated. So, yeah, I got some glaring health issues, and I ought to address it somehow. When I lived in Virginia, they were going to give me beta blockers because I had the test at the psychiatrist. They wanted me to see a primary care doctor in order to have beta blockers prescribed. And so I thought probably see I thought psychiatrists gave them for anxiety. I might be misremembering that, or I might just be misinformed. I thought they gave them for anxiety. I don't know. I guess this doctor was just extra cautious. I don't know. But I ended up leaving the state before that I could go to that appointment. And I don't know. A big mess. Big mess. But I think not being super active also probably plays a part. Like, I haven't really been active basically for my whole life. And when I was younger, I had a justification for it because when I was younger, like, we didn't have food in the house. And so in order to conserve my energy, um, I would just lay down. If you lay down, if you're hungry, you're not going to be expending as much energy. Like, I've talked about collapsing in this video as if it's like a meme at this point, just because I mentioned it so much, but I would collapse from not having enough food, you know? Um, it would get so bad where if I hadn't eaten for a couple days, I would just collapse if I had to physically exert myself too much. It was really, really painful. And when you're going through that as a little kid, that's got to affect your heart somehow, right? Because your body is developing. Like I was born with tachycardia. They had to do some kind of operation on me when I was like less than 1 year old after coming out of the womb because I had to come out of the womb early. I was supposed to be born in like May or something, but I ended up being born April 29th. And of course, my tachycardia got fixed. They did the ablation and everything, and then my heart doctor told me that my heart is actually better than the average population's heart, but no, that doesn't remove the damage that was probably done from not eating very well for a long time at a young age, and from these sleep troubles that have gone into some pretty serious territory. Um, so I don't know. Um, like, a lot of the time it feels like the idea of these problems getting fixed is just kind of hopeless because I've tried to get more active and that hasn't really improved my sleep. Well, going to the gym or doing exercises at home, having long walks every day, that I get to the point where I just give up because I'm not having the kind of results I want, which is better sleep. It's not really affecting anything. Um, and when I was younger, I had an excuse because there was either tachycardia or like significant food problems. Well, nowadays, I don't really have an excuse other than I just don't want to do it because, like, I'm naturally skinny. That's the thing, is that before it was poverty and hunger, but now it's just I'm naturally skinny because my metabolism I inherited the metabolism of my father and grandfather, who were both very skinny people for their entire lives. My grandpa died very skinny. Um, and I mean, he had done, how old was he? He was like 79. Let's say he was like 78 or 79. And I mean, he wasn't the safest with his body. Would smoke cigarettes constantly. Constantly he would smoke cigarettes. And he had so many Marlboros all over the room, all over the wall and stuff. I don't know how. I don't know how he survived that long when he would smoke just constantly. Um, he had used cocaine and stuff like that when he was younger, if I recall right. So his heart wasn't perfectly up to shape. I believe he had to take like beta blockers alongside narcolepsy medicine, which I think those two cancel out one another. So I don't know exactly what his medicine schedule was like, but he had narcolepsy. He also had heart issues. And so, he died at a later date than most people in the US would at the time. He had a longer lifespan. But, he also died a preventable death because the doctors had given him penicillin when he was deathly allergic to penicillin. Died. He didn't have to have penicillin. It was just that my cousin, who was there at the hospital with him, didn't emphasize to the doctors not to give him penicillin. He probably wouldn't have died if he didn't take that. So he could have been alive for a year more, maybe several months more. It's longer than the average person would have lived. And I mean, how do you explain these things? Like, all over the world, every day you have people going into their 90s who have smoked cigars their whole life. Cigars, the equivalent of a pack of cigarettes. And on some level, it's just genetic. So you have people who are much more damaged by these things, other people who aren't. Yeah. It's very weird, the world we live in. Like, there's so many people every year who have damaged their bodies to sometimes an insane degree, and they end up living these long lives. Like, for the amount my grandpa smoked, it was just all the time. He lived a fairly long life. It's weird. It's weird the way this works. Now, something tells me I'm probably going to live a shorter life than the average person. Like, maybe, because I know stress reduces the time of your life. And with the amount of stress I feel, maybe it'll reduce mine. Maybe heartaches by the number. Heartaches by the number are going to put a number on me. I don't know. Ooh. I've been getting terrible sleep. Like, even when I do sleep for a decent amount of time, like the amount of time you're supposed to sleep for, I've been waking up and feeling like I've gotten no sleep. None at all. It feels like I've gotten no sleep every time I've slept. And so my body has been completely restless. I haven't been feeling good at all. I'm not sure what that's about. I've also been going on and off between having fevers. I've been getting fevers. My eyes have been watering a bit, just like all the time, randomly. I've been, my mouth has been incredibly dry no matter how much water I drink. I don't know what's going on. just felt kind of sick and out of energy, where like it doesn't matter the amount of sleep, I just feel tired and sick all the time. Um, but I've never really felt sick like this. It's really weird. I was coughing for a few days, but then I stopped coughing, so I guess that went away. I don't know if I'm sick or if I'm just having weird sleeping problems. Um, I was thinking kind of about how my personality has changed over time. Or like, when I was younger, I was able to just be completely alone all the time and be perfectly okay with it. And I don't think I'm like that anymore. You know, like, I make all these videos from the perspective of someone who was like that for a large portion of their life, and now I'm not like that anymore. Like, that's just not who I am. But I talk from that perspective, you know, like I'm looking backwards at things. Or I'm looking at things from the perspective of who I used to be instead of who I am now. The personality changes dramatically over the course of someone's lifetime. You can't really expect personality to stay the same. That isn't to say that I don't have a huge tendency for being alone and isolation. I do. Um, and it's been a thorn in my side in a lot of like in a lot of relationships with normies. But I'm not I'm not as insanely isolated as I may seem. Um, I'm just more insanely isolated than the average person by quite a bit. I also just want to point out that I have like literally no energy as well. That's been the most difficult thing for the past couple days. The past couple days is that I've had no energy, not naturally on my own, and it's terrible. It's been a long time since I've taken a hard look at this laptop here. This laptop, basically, I use this throughout most of 2019. The summer of that year, I used to constantly be laying in this bed, and this laptop was like the main thing that I was using around that time. When I was moving all around the country, I had it with me, but it has a specific meaning for that time because it was like my, it was my main machine. This was my interface with most of the world. And I put a bunch of stickers on it at the time, or all of these stickers basically represent who I was at the time, like the leftist stuff. Obviously, I'm not a commie anymore. You got a whole neat thing on here, all of the different anime pictures, and when I look at this, it feels like this really is a time capsule of the time that I was using this. And I sit in this room and I feel like most things in here are just a time capsule of the time I've spent in here. And the more and more that I look around, the more stuff I'm kind of finding that I feel disconnected to. That like obviously these stickers are the first thing on this laptop, but like it just feels weird looking in here because the person who I was, who, you know, wanted to have things put this way, it's I can't really relate to who that person is anymore. And when I look at like a lot of my own videos, for example, like most of my content I can't even relate to at this point. And that's one of the reasons why it feels so difficult to come up with ideas, is because all of the ideas I have are for things that um, operate outside of what I've been doing for most of this point. And so, like, when I pick up this laptop and I take a look at it, I'm not just thinking about, this was the thing that I used all the time back then. I'm thinking about, this really is a time capsule. So many things in here really are time capsules. And maybe that's one of the reasons why it's so difficult to spend time in this room, or for the last while here, I haven't been able to. Is a sort of unintended, can't fucking speak anymore, is a sort of unintended consequence of having watched Gakugarashi today. I've been filled with a sense of empathy for my dog that I tend to get randomly, where I feel like a bad pet owner and I just want to be a better pet owner. Um, I spend a lot of time in this room, and my dog spends a lot of time in this room with me. Um, we believe he most likely has PTSD from getting hurt someplace in Tennessee at some point, because my mom used to let the dogs out. She would she would let the dogs out in just out in the middle of the street, like she would open the door and all the dogs would come running out. He lost two of his brothers that way in Tennessee. We got lucky a bunch of times, but the way people would drive there, they wouldn't always stop for the dogs, and we got lucky because there weren't always a lot of cars on the road, because it was such a small place that, it was such a rural area that people kind of expected dogs to be out every now and again. Um, but, you know, as one of them we ended up losing to Parvo, and the other one just never came back. Um, so it's most likely that my dog, the one you see in these videos all the time, got PTSD, got hurt somehow, like he exhibits the symptoms of getting nightmares in his sleep, being really unusually scared of people, like pissing himself and sort of getting super super aggressive and scared, like to a sort of pathological degree, to a degree that's not normal for dogs. And he wasn't always like that. There was a significant change. He gets these seizures, like really terrible seizures, um, just sort of randomly. Is that he'll be, one time he was in the middle of a seizure, and it was the first time he ever had one, and I just couldn't stop crying as I was watching it happen. I picked up the dog and I took him to the other room, into the living room. I was holding him there, and tears just wouldn't stop going down my face. I just couldn't stop for like an hour as I was watching him go through this. As I tried to give him food and water and stuff, and eventually he recovered on his own. But seeing that, I got so upset. And I think a lot about these physical health problems, that mental health problems that he has. When I see him twitching in his sleep, where he's obviously upset, he's obviously having a bad dream when he's asleep, I get a little bit upset. I don't always get on the verge of crying, but sometimes I feel like I'm going to, when I think about, how much pain my dog is in. Um, and I've lost a lot of dogs over the years. I've lost a lot of dogs and felt like I didn't spend enough time with them. One particularly traumatic instance you probably heard me talk about if you watched the Train to Kentucky video, or if you're an old viewer who saw another video where I talked about this. I think it's unlisted now. Um, One of our dogs got ran over like right in front of me. I was basically in spitting distance from it happening, and I had to listen to him screeching and screeching under the tire. I had to hear the snapping sound as it was happening. It was right in front of me, you know. I had to pick him up and carry him out of where he was. And, pretty much the only thing I could think about was, why couldn't I do more? Why is it this specific set of circumstances? There isn't more that I could have done to keep that from happening. Why couldn't I have spent more time with him before that had happened? And for months, I kept crying every now and again about that when I would think about it. I'd do everything I could to avoid the memory of what had happened. It just make me cry. Um, it just make me cry thinking about that dog. And I know this is completely unrelated to the show of Gakugarashi, but just seeing the dog, this is big spoilers right here. Big spoilers, seeing the fact that that dog, dies in the show, and how much he's like, I don't want to spoil too much, but the way that he's cared for and interacted with in the show, um, it's just, the way he's cared for reminded me a lot of how I care about my own dog. So I sort of see myself in those situations, and it just kept making me think about my own dog, that I don't spend enough time with him. I don't take good enough care of him. But I tried to take him out for a walk. I don't take him out for a walk enough. One time when I took him out for a walk, he hadn't been out for so long that he had a seizure while he was outside walking. It's a terrible thing to do. It's a terrible thing to have happen, you know? He got so overwhelmed by the situation. Is that, I can be someone who can stay in my room months and months at a time. My dog can't do that. But he's usually in here with me because I want to be with my dog. I want to be around my dog. It feels like, I'm less alone when he's here, and I love him. I really do love him. He's been with me now for, 5 years now? It's been years. Maybe it was 2014. I don't know if it's 2015, but he's been here for years. And I don't feel like I take good enough care of him, but I love him. I really do love him, you know? I love him a lot. I love him more than I've ever loved any other person. Any person. Besides, maybe like the first guy that I dated. I loved him more than anybody else. Never loved a person as much as I loved him. And of course, that ended the way that it did. And I've never really loved anyone the same way since. But, my dog comes close. I really, really do love this dog. And, when I think about the fact that I really am just in this room all the time, I just never leave this room. I'm just always in this room. I never talk to anyone. Even online, I shut everybody off online. I don't talk to anyone online except for like one guy on IRC. Like, this dog is my best friend. I really do love this dog. And one day he's not going to be around anymore. I talk about taking trips to Japan or taking trips to Vietnam or wherever. Am I really going to let all that time pass by me? Am I really going to let the years that my dog has left with all these health problems and whatnot pass by me? Is he going to pass away when I'm gone? I don't want that to happen. I remember the first dog that I ever had. And it was the first dog I was able to call my own. We had other dogs before that, but this dog, Sammy, he was given to me by my grandfather on my dad's side. We went to his trailer, him and my grandma, my step grandma. We went to their trailer, and one day they had two dogs there that they gave to us. One of them, I thought he was particularly unique because he had he had the brown and white coloring of a beagle. The way the structure of his fur was like a beagle's, even though he was this huge dog. Well, not particularly huge. I mean, large, medium size, sort of around there. But he got shot several years later. This was after taking him to the vet all these different times to get shots, to get fixed. He got killed by just someone in our town. Just got shot one day. He comes home and we come home from the store and we see him, there, right there, laying in the leaves, just bleeding, bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. We end up putting him in a wheelbarrow. I had to have been, what, like 8, 9 years old. I was pretty young. And we put him in a wheelbarrow, and he's got worms all over him and stuff. He doesn't look good. He's suffering. And I just want to spend time with him for the last couple hours that we're there. I end up sitting on the rocking chair late into the night. My father's friend is over. I'm sitting on the rocking chair. I'm just rocking on the chair as the dog is in the playground. I can see him. He can't see me. I'm on the porch. I don't know why I was on the porch. And my father's friend tells me to go spend time with the dog because he knows what's coming next. And my father put him out of his misery with the gun that we had. I spend some final moments with him when I get out of the rocking chair, but I spent years and years wondering why the fuck did I sit in that chair. It's not like I sat there that long. It had to have been, 30 minutes or something. Time feels faster when you're that young, but so why the fuck did I sit in that chair? And I have moments like this all the time. All the time. I do things that are just unexplainable, lazy, that aren't appropriate for the moment, that don't make sense, that are stupid. All the time. And I look back on them and I'm like, why the fuck did I do that? And, sort of right now, I'm hit with that realization is why the fuck do I not take better care of my dog? Why the fuck do I not spend more time with my dog? And, I think I should try. Because I may be around for a while, but he's not always going to be here. There have been times when I've wanted to kill myself, and I mean in earnest, like actually having a plan to do it. Wanting to do it, knowing all of the steps, being close to the edge. I know I talk about suicide a lot, that I may almost come off like the boy who cried wolf because of how much I talk about suicide. But it's a really serious thing I've dealt with, It's scary, or it was. It's, I'm being serious when I talk about wanting to kill myself. And I just look at this dog, and I know that when you're dead, ultimately it doesn't matter. Nothing does. When you're dead, you have no consciousness to speak of. But I have consciousness right now. And I had consciousness right then. And the conscious me was saying, I can't go through with this if this dog is going to be upset when I'm gone. Because I've been gone for only a day and he'll freak out. I've been gone for only 2 days and he'll freak out. When I ran away from home in late 2018, he, what was described to me was that he basically had somewhat of a panic attack. He kept crying and crying near my bed, looking for where I was because he wasn't used to being away from me that long. And he was always sad I abandoned him. I abandoned him right then and there. And I've seen the way he reacts when I'm gone for too long. Hell, I've seen the way he reacts when I was just away to go to school. It was traumatic for him. He was upset. I can't go to a fucking other country with this dog here. I can't go somewhere else with this dog here. I can't leave him alone again. I've left him alone before. He's not always going to be around. I got years and years ahead of me. He's not always going to be around. And I don't know why. I don't know why I was so impacted by that one fucking dog. The dog that, so many people on forums would describe in this fucking anime. That, it's just the stupid dog that's in the show. I couldn't stop thinking of my dog. And even now I keep crying. I really love this dog. And I can't quite put into words how much I love this dog. He is my best friend, He's my best friend. It's like I'm recording this just laying in my bed, but you can hear the sound of my nose, You can hear the kind of stopped up nose I got going there. I think this is what they call inflammation, Yeah. I can't desert my dog. I gotta be there for my dog. Yes. Yeah. That's so cool. I wonder what anime character they would have made for Windows Vista then if they were still doing it by that time. Like, yeah. Let me look this up then. Meton. Yeah. I wish I would, oh, I almost dropped my glass. I wish I was an active participant of the Japanese internet. That would be so cool. Like, the Japanese internet seems like just the American internet, but infinitely more creative. Oh, OSTON. OSTON is an internet meme that originated within the Japanese Fubuta channel. Nice. Oh my god! This character is so cool! Okay, I'm gonna post this in the. I didn't see this before. This is amazing. This is so cool. Holy yeah. The and it's like they've got her battling with the Windows XP OS time. This is fucking great. I love this so much. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Oh, I know Wikipedia. Yes, she's great. I I need to live in Japan. Japan is like J- Japan is just perfect. I can't think of a nation more perfect. The otaku culture is in fact Jesus Christ. Oh, what was that? Oh, okay. I just heard I heard like a random shriek in the background and I was like, what is that? That's based. It sounded like someone screaming. I wish what was it called? Fridge screamed every time I opened it. That would be great. Imagine forgetting stuff. Never me. That's not true. I forget everything. Oh, I've used Windows 10 Chan in a video by accident. That's nice. That's cool. I, ooh, fancy. Fancy for me. I'm poor. I eat rice. I eat rice and chili. No, it's okay. I like esoteric sounds as like an aesthetic anyway. Yeah, neither do I. Yeah, same. Tuna, you have to know how to use tuna effectively, like when you're poor. So there's so many times where like if I wanted to eat something different or like wanted to have like a higher culinary variety, tuna, like you just tuna and rice, let's go, versus tuna sandwiches. Tuna, cheese, and rice together. Yeah, it it really is. Um, Nice. Yeah. Yes, I agree. Yeah, so my plan now is to do everything I can to move to Japan and use Windows 2000 exclusively to browse image boards and eat tuna and rice all the time. I think that would be a good plan. Did you know this is one thing that I find interesting about Japan? If you just come into a doctor with a sleep problem, they'll give you like super strong benzos, like they'll give you like triazolam in Japan if you just come in with a sleeping problem. Yeah. Yeah, you can buy DXM powder like in China, I know, but just like at the store, which is funny. Um but yeah, because of their jobs, like their job, like I was reading the welcome. Yeah, they go their whole lives sleeping only 5 hours a day. It's kind of incredible. Yeah, yeah, it is exploitative and bad, but yeah, like I was reading the Welcome to the NHK manga again recently, and in the first volume, when Sato meets his childhood friend from high school, like she's breaking down all of these different pills that she takes, where she talks about like the sleeping pills she has and like how she takes Ritalin as like a stimulant and stuff, and like in the beginning of the manga he's like taking like basically RCs like in like the little speech bubble it says legal question mark drugs and it's really funny.
Yes. And so, no, he's basically taking RCs in the beginning of the book too, but in the manga he does the same thing, which I think is funny. Yes. Um, and so like, yes. And so like, in well, there's lots of white drugs that are hallucinogens and RCs. So yeah, I have no idea what it was. Like maybe yes. Yeah. And I don't think it's 4-ho MET. That was my guess in the beginning because if you take a lot of 4-ho MET, you can get really really vivid hallucinations. That's based. Bumblebees are based. Yes. Oh no! Did it actually die? Well, rip Bumblebee. Oh, yeah. He just committed suicide. Yeah, yeah, same. Being a bumblebee would be a better existence, 100%. Um, I would rather be a bumblebee or a mushroom than a human. Um, but yeah, like so in Japan, like you can get Chinese RCs like the new ones fairly easily. The issue is that they ban them fairly quick, so China has to like keep you on their toes. Like they have to like make new ones quicker than Japan can ban them, which seems to be successful so far. Like they seem to be able to do it. But if you go to the doctor, like all you have to do is say, "Oh, I have a lot of trouble sleeping." And like there are specific benzodiazepines that Japan made themselves that you cannot get in any other country. It's just Japan. And they're like really strong benzodiazepines. Like you can't get them anywhere else. So like when I go to Japan, I feel like I'm gonna be a mainly alcohol and benzo person, and then just really strange amphetamines that come from China that like five other people have tried. Yes. It teach me the ways of the baked bean.
Do you remember the summer of last year? Late spring, throughout the summer, before August hit, basically. Maybe a bit of August you can include in there, but more or less that time period. For that period of time, I never left my room, more or less. I'd wait until the dead of the night to go to the bathroom and any other things I had to do for the bathroom while, you know, I didn't talk to people much during that time period either. Pretty much exclusively in my room. So all I wanted to do back then was listen to podcasts and play CS whatever computer game I could get my hands on that would just work on my laptop. Make videos. Whenever I was tired and had an idea, I'd make a video. It was like I built sort of a separate world in my room, and I was completely unaware of how much sound traveled in the house. So I could be allowed to just record forever. And no one would try to interact with me. Even though they knew I was talking, they could hear. I was unaware of how many people could hear. So I kept recording all the time, and it sounded natural, like I wasn't trying to control my voice in a particular way in order to keep people from hearing me. I wasn't anxious about the prospect of people hearing me. It just flowed completely naturally. I had an idea and I expressed it. That was fun. It's a really genuine time. If you watch my video, Brain Fog is Good, actually, I reminisce on this time period and this feeling. And I330 at the time left a comment. He said something along the lines of, I believe that feel you're looking for is called bliss. I believe that feel is called bliss. And while I was terrified to leave my room, I tried to minimize human contact as much as possible. Never wanted to interact with anyone. I was also enjoying the lethargy of it. Waking up and sleeping at different times every day, having your windows blacked out so no light ever travels in. I liked it. I liked the feeling. And nowadays I see that strategy to recede within myself, coming back. Because back then, I wanted to minimize harm. I wanted to minimize the embarrassment of what I was saying, or who I was. If I was enveloped in my own world, not having to deal with the implications or prospects of other people having to interact with me, what might come of that I could be in complete control of my own environment, then I could do anything I wanted. And if I could do anything I wanted, then I could maximize pleasure. Other people were sort of like a prison. Other people felt like a prison. And back then, it felt like a really creatively inspired time for my content, because finally I was talking about all of this super isolated stuff. I finally had the words, finally had the ability to talk in depth about my own mental state and my own isolation, in terms that were newer or interesting. I hadn't done that before. Not much at least. And it was kind of like you were experiencing what was going on, parasocially. And because my brain used to work back then, I could explain it. I could explain the line between the experience of being the person and the experience of viewing the video blurring, and what that meant for this channel's specific narrative. All while the structure of the video would be, you know, rapidly going back and forth between sections of my dark room at varying levels of awoke, wakefulness, and that was the meme back then. That's what I was doing back then. I was just so excited and happy about videos. I recorded so much stuff back then that later on, and I'm talking months and months later, I found all of the footage that I had just whipped out my phone and recorded and forgot about on the phone. So much that I had no memory of ever recording. It was all right there. And it was like, I was looking into a different reality, because as I viewed those videos, the memories too started flooding back from that time. What I was interested in, what I was listening to, how I felt, and I realized that, you know, I had never felt that peaceful before. I never felt that peaceful before. That I was just in my room, nothing could harm me. I had all of the entertainment I could want. Sure, there were things I wanted. I wanted a refrigerator to put in my room, so I'd have to leave the room less. I wanted a hot plate or a water cooker, so I could make ramen in my room and have to leave less. I wanted more anime posters so I could look at something pretty when I woke up. And I wanted more books because I was getting way more into reading than I used to be. There were a few other things around the edge where I thought, you know, maybe a new computer would be nice. Maybe a bigger screen to watch more anime on. And basically, everything that I wanted in life was just to keep me in the room more, or to make the experience of being in the room all the time more comfortable. And I think that was representative of something broader that defined that time, which was shutting myself out, you know? Just shutting myself out. Didn't interact with anyone in the real world at that time. And generally, it felt like I had everything I needed, quote unquote. Like, I just hooked my PS2 up to the monitor, play some random game for a bit, in between going up to my laptop and playing another round of CS while I'm listening to the next podcast. Well, the problem these days is that, you know, because there's only so much content that exists, you sort of have to resort to channels that just pump out content that's not interesting or aesthetic. I was really happy that No Thank You came onto the scene back then, because now I had someone who would make, you know, hours-long videos all the time that I could just listen to, all of them. You know, all I was doing was just being in my room. That was the perfect kind of content for that time period. It didn't want anything else. And I miss the blissfulness of that time period where, you know, now it feels like I'm simultaneously much more connected than I used to be, as in to other people. And I'm also more, what do we say, more aware of what ripple effect every possible thing I could say would have. And as a result of that awareness, I am much more critical of myself and ridden with anxiety or just general fatigue than I would normally be. There was also the sense that this channel had no viewers. Like, it had viewers, but no one important watched my videos. Like, I could get away just doing whatever, saying whatever. Not that I couldn't do that now, that's still basically what I do, but the cops in my brain tell me to make better videos. And it takes kind of some of the fun out. I'd say it takes some of the fun out. Of just experiencing a moment in time and then capturing it. But the problem with that is that I'm not really experiencing a moment in time right now. It feels like I'm experiencing a transition period. A time period that's leading to something else but isn't much of anything on its own. And so it's like my content has become this perpetual loading screen, hanging, just dangling the metaphorical keys over your head as you wait to get the thing that you want, you know, to get the thing that's actually good. Just a preview of what's to come, but you're not getting it the real way yet. And I wish I had the words to accurately portray how special that time was. And I wish I had the words to accurately portray how much I want to go back. And how much right now I find myself isolating away from potential people problemos. And how right now I don't want the isolation to end. The single thing that I hate the most about living in this house is that fucking noise all the time. Sound immediately travels through the walls, no matter how low the sound is. Usually the sound will be like normal speaking volume or normal listening volume in the room that it originates from. And then it'll travel into my room anyway, and I'll be trying to read something, and I'll have to deal with that shit as I'm trying to read. And then I'll get distracted from what I'm trying to read. I'll be trying to be alone, trying to isolate myself in the dark, keeping people out. And that sound is constantly going back and forth. And I just want it to stop. I just want quiet. I just want to be by myself. I've been really sad for the past several days. If you watch my video Brain Don't Work, some of the clips in that video are a bit older, as in like 5, 6, maybe over that, some of them, days, since the video itself is uploaded, but, most of it was recent, and it just keeps going. It just keeps going. Haven't been able to do much of anything besides just like consume media, not really consciously, just sort of sitting there and watching it, anime, movies, that kind of thing. That's the only thing I can really do when I get like this. I just sit around watching Netflix all day. I just sit around watching Netflix all day. Netflix all day. Quirky-do. I'm so hikikomori. I am so hikikomori. Quirky-do. Yeah. I just I just sit around watching Netflix all day. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. No, the only thing I can really do when I get like this is watch stuff. I can't, like, at least if I'm watching stuff on my computer screen, I can shut out all the noise through just making my speaker louder. Walls are so thin, I know other people in the house probably hear it, but I just don't care. I've been finally able to get back into my room, and I think it's because I've just been so depressed and sad and anxious that it's finally become preferable to be in my room again. There was a period of time in which I just refused to go in my room. I want to say it was like a couple weeks for, more than doing a call with someone, or more than like 10 minutes at most, just not occupied with something like that. I'd always try to leave and go back into the living room again. Been sleeping in the living room, where I've been sleeping on the couch. Been doing that for several weeks now. I think I'm gonna go back to sleeping in here soon enough. I'd set the target for second week of August. I think would be nice to start sleeping in here again. But I might start earlier than that, because at this point I just want to be left alone. I don't want to have to interface with other human beings. When I get like this, I tend to end conversations a lot quicker. I tend to be a lot more blunt with people. Not to say that I'm not already honest, but the thoughts that I'm being blunt about are more disruptive than they would normally be. When I'm normally at just my baseline depression, just moderate depression, I'm not being as insulting as I sometimes get when I'm like this, or sometimes I just make people feel bad, and I try not to do that. I try to be comfy most of the time, because most of the time, like, I want to be comfy. I want to be someone who's supportive and a good friend and doesn't cause disruptions. I don't like to cause disruptions with people. Yeah. So what was I gonna say? Yeah, no, when I get like this, I cause a lot more disruptions. It makes me feel like I think most people aren't nearly as bothered by it as I might think they are at the moment, but I can get just rude. Sometimes I just get overly rude and blunt. And it's not any worse than anybody who, like, I know or is in my circle of friends. That's why I feel like I overfixate on it. With everything I do, I always criticize every little aspect of it and then feel really bad afterwards. Or constantly feel bad. And then I decide, well, the answer to that conundrum is just to not to speak to any people for a while until I feel better. I guess that's part of what all of the frequent hiatuses is about, isn't it? Because if I'm away from people for the time when I think I might be like a shitty friend, or when I'm away from people for the time that I think I'm gonna blow up at somebody or just have disruptive kind of behavior, then that means that I'm not subjecting anyone to it. And I think that's why I have so many Discord hiatuses, or part of the reason why, is that I think I'm just going to be insufferable or intolerable. And I don't think I can get as bad as some other people
can, who you might know. You probably know someone who has a trait like this, and I almost guarantee it's worse than what I do, but I still feel bad for it. So I try not to interact with people when I get like that, but I get like that when I'm really, really sad. Like right now, when I'm just really, really sad, and I feel like it isn't that the world around me is just like a gray blur. It's that, like, I actively don't want to be in it. That like, the stress of living, of having to be alive, compounds onto you for the entire day as the day goes on. It's not something you can easily hide from. With me, consuming media is a nice distraction, but the feeling lingers in the background, and it makes it difficult. It makes it difficult to do things. Other than that, it makes it difficult to do things. I don't think I have any reason to be as depressed as I am right now. Or at most times. I have a pretty decently good life, everything I could want. It's not entirely true on the everything I could want. I could, like, there's little things along the way, like upgrading the computer or getting like a large TV to watch anime on, but at this point I'm grown so accustomed to watching it on my monitor, I almost kind of prefer that. I think having a mini fridge would be nice, because then I could leave my room less, and I'm starting to get back to the point where I feel like leaving my room as little as possible is kind of the ideal state of existence. I just don't want to leave my room. And it's sleeping in here. Just something about sleeping in here kept giving me palpitations, and I think there's some kind of residual anxiety that I associate with being on my bed, because I got really high blood pressure at one point on my bed, and like I thought I was gonna die, and maybe I'm just associating being on the bed with that. I don't know. Maybe because of that, I feel safer out in the living room, which is closer to other people. I don't know. But, like, I seem a lot more stable nowadays than I used to. Like, it seems like most of my friends, the people who spend time around me, think I'm like a nice person. And so many people, especially people who've known me for a long time, will tell me, like, Star, you've improved so much. You're so much better now than you used to be. And that's probably true. But my behavior externally isn't the same as what I feel internally. Like, I've been able to improve impulse control, like significantly improve impulse control, self-control in general, in regards to not being, violently inflammatory, in regards to not severing ties and causing such a scene that it's a real problem. most of the time just keeping to myself and being peaceful. Well, this is the peaceful era. It's been a very peaceful era for like multiple eras of Star at this point, which is unusual. But I would say that's like my biggest improvement. It stuck around. Otherwise, it feels like my anxiety is rapidly getting worse and reaching levels that it used to be at. I don't think I can ever truly go back to what it used to be at when I was like 14 and 15. But it's returning. And in a particularly like self-aware and hypercritical way. It's all related to other people. It's not related to going out or the world around me. I don't think I could ever get anxiety about dying or going outside or the world around me again. But people specifically, that's something that feels like it's getting worse. It's getting scarier to be around people. Online or in a physical person because of the perceived judgment of the things that I'm going to say, or my own self-awareness about my lack of ability to express a lot of things, and how, even if I could get to the point where I could express those specific things well, it would never fully be understood that there's a degree to which a lot of human communication could be boiled down to the other person selecting their speech in a manipulative way, and doing so without self-awareness of it, or doing it intentionally, and then you not knowing their true feelings, and at that point, the judgment of the conversation isn't based on what's honestly in their heart. It's based around the etiquette that they're using. How many rules were they able to follow because someone in the back of their brain told them to, like a parent telling the child what to do, or a cop telling you what to do. It's like we constantly have these cops in the back of our brain that are telling us to do things according to morality or logic or something else. And that's us doing that, policing our own behavior. We consider it in our own self-interest to do that at the time that we do those things. But when we peel that back, when we remove that conscious layer that's controlling so many of our behaviors and telling us to do certain things when, where, and why, what you're left with is purely what you want to do. And I'm more interested in what someone purely wants to do than an abstraction of what they want to do, than a version of themselves that desires etiquette, that desires minimizing harm through sheer moderation of speech. Now, I do believe it's right to challenge your own behaviors and beliefs, and that actions are ultimately the most moral result? No. Qualifier? Actions are the most like concrete way that we can say that you're good morally. Thoughts have no bearing on your moral status as a person. They just don't. There is no such thing as a bad feeling or a bad thought, because those things don't exist and therefore mean nothing in relation to other people, unless they culminate into something that does exist. Otherwise, it's fully internal. So your thoughts don't mean anything. No one can tell you to feel bad for having bad thoughts except for yourself, and at that point you're just policing yourself consciously again. No, I think if you have a strong desire to do the wrong thing, then making yourself do the right thing for some kind of pride or some other reason is good. you should be patted on the back because ultimately you're a better person than people who just did those things inherently, that their first instinct was just to do the right thing. You had to actually put work in it, and that's good. But what I mean when I say that like a lot of these interactions are inauthentic, it's that like if you don't make yourself believe the logic behind being polite or the values, like truly internalize them, truly believe them, or just being kind to others, or being a good friend, or the beliefs behind anything that you say, for it to really be genuine, then you're much more likely to just go behind someone and then say your real feelings. That like, in the air of the night, you just say something shitty about someone, that you feel that way, but you're trying so hard not to say, but because they're not around, you can get away with it now. And this is one of the reasons why I think normies, for example, are so shallow, is that with normies, that's like their whole life. They have a certain etiquette that they have to follow, rules that they have to follow, that they do to minimize harm, to get on with their life. And then, when they're hanging out with their friends, all of the subconscious biases that they had against whoever they minimized the harm of their behavior towards come out. Say everything. Every bigoted or wrong statement or inclination that they have towards that person comes out. That type of person, etc. I'm not saying that like subconscious ideas can just be gotten rid of. Maybe you can never get rid of them. But what I am saying is that we should always be working to challenge ideas that are antiquated. Ideas that have no place in our minds when we know that they're not true, but they keep coming up nonetheless due to subconscious biases. And then once you become self-aware of how those to all of you in UED, Quad, HD, FEC, video, 4K YouTube video. And the reason I'm doing this, specifically on this channel, is because this is the channel that I've always used to archive points in time of my life that I don't directly want to put publicly on the other YouTube channels like Star 2 and obviously Star number 1. Of course, they've had different names and iterations over time. Very few people even know that this channel exists. It's weird, because somehow I've been able to keep this channel hidden from view after all of this time. All of this time I've been able to keep this channel hidden from view. And I grew up on the internet. I grew up making YouTube videos pretty much the entire period of time in which I've been conscious, and before I've been making YouTube videos. So it's a bit of a natural thing for me at this point. I kind of just start the video and just go. But if you make comparisons to even videos that have this dog in them, I do not sound the same. I do not flow as well. I don't have the same intonation. I'm not able to talk for as long amounts of time. Certainly not. But the videos exist nonetheless, and I had fun with them, and I did them, and they were a thing. It's just a thing I'm obsessed with doing. But the reason why this channel exists, I suppose in retrospect, it wasn't the purpose at the time. When I made this channel, the purpose of it was to put the little bits of things, just the little extra things that I recorded that I didn't necessarily want people to see, that had a place to exist, that if people searched hard enough to find them, they could find them, but things that I wasn't necessarily proud of. And then eventually it just morphed into a channel where I just threw every random thing that I had on it in. And as time went on, I sort of viewed this place as an archival place, the place where stuff that I didn't really know what to do with, but needed a place to store anyway in order to have a sense of what time I was in, put there. Uh, but I think now my normal YouTube videos sort of fill that role because there's a lot of small clips that I put into my normal YouTube videos that sort of function as these little bitty, what do you want to call it, ambient, aesthetic kind of clips. Just short little clips of things happening, not full videos, but I include those in a lot of my main series videos. And I've kind of almost turned Star 2 into the role of being production outlaw or outlaws executioner, rip prod outlaw, or whatever you want to call this place, because I haven't seen like a purpose for it. And there's almost a bit of nostalgia that I have for this place existing. It's something that I want to preserve. I look at the fact that this channel exists, and I think I should not toy with this. I shouldn't mess with the existence of this channel because it so perfectly encapsulates the period of time that it existed in, that it was made to exist in. But as with all things, they progress, and if there's anything that I've learned from going back through many of these videos today is that progression and never-ending continuous movement is the law of my being. It is what I've always done, and it's the way that I think. It's why so many of those videos, in retrospect, despite many of them being a bit mediocre, can have those special flares of creativity, because I never dwindled on what was previously made. I didn't reflect on it too much. I just went to the next thing and made the next thing with the feelings and ideas that I had at the time. That's what made them special, was that I wanted to make something, and so I did it, regardless of whatever implications it had on my identity, etc. I just did. That's my mindset, is always just doing. It's just doing. Constant movement, constant change. And it's why I can feel justified in posting a video like this here, despite the fact that whatever narratives you want to have about this channel, whatever narratives I want to have about this channel, have been said and done. They've been around the block, up there, around there, and it's time to settle them. Hello, bird. This is my bed right here. It's funny, I've been using these, look at this, he's very excited. These are Harry Potter sheets. These are the same Harry Potter sheets that I used when I was like 5 years old, 6 years old. It's incredible that these sheets have held up for this long. But you go in this room and you think, like, who is this man? He's got a China flag. I don't even, like, I'm not like a China stan. It's just provocative. The reason this is up there is to be provocative. It's to have people come in the room and you see, what the hell is this? This is Kazakhstan, this is Bhutan, this is Rakugo Shinju anime, this is Jolly Roger, and then you just this giant People's Republic of China flag in between a bunch of anime posters. You've got radical Japan, and then you've got radical China. Like they don't quite mix with one another. Those two things, you'd think they would conflate. They would conflict with one another. I said the opposite of what I wanted to say. But instead, no, they coexist. Hashtag coexist. Hashtag coexist. Put it on a wristband. Put it on a wristband. Put it on your arm. Hashtag coexist. They coexist. It's very strange. But it's weird to think about it. It's weird to think. Look at this, right? This is Star Wars pillow. This, literally, the reason I have this pillowcase is not because I want to use it, it's because it's the only pillowcase I have that I could use. And what are you thinking? But Star, why don't you buy new sheets? Well, I could, but my money goes to other things. I have more important things to focus on than sheets. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am Star. Welcome to my YouTube video. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But yeah, like, well, you can't see under there, unfortunately. Do you wanna? I like static electricity. I like music, keeps me company. I don't remember the rest of the song, but you guys know the lyrics, I'm an MK Ultra victim. There's poison in my system. You know that guy. Yeah, he's the Korean fag. Not Yoshika Miyako Red, aka Red Madatsuki Yoshika Miyako Red, but the other Korean fag, who's also incidentally part of the incel community. You know the one. You know my boy, my trap, my simp, Yoshika Miyako Red, the famous ladyboy simp who simps ladyboys, Yoshika Miyako Red. By the way, this is behind here. He actually does do that, by the way. That's not a joke. By the way, down here, yeah, this is the way I get cords. This is the way I get cords to go to this TV right here, and by proxy, the NES, the Nintendo Entertainment System. It's kind of a rigid setup to have right now. It's, you know, if you try to open the closet, it breaks the stuff down and all that. But you know, it's what I have to work with. It is what it is. There's Tails on this. This has Tails Linux on this jump drive. Very important. You got to stay updated with Tails. You can never sleep on it. Always make sure you have the latest version of Tails. This version is 4.4. It came out last month, I believe. Yeah, wait, no, actually, no, it came out this month, because this month is the third month of the year. This is March. So yeah, it came out this month. But yeah, my computer stuff is down here. It's weird. It's weird to try and explain, because that's my desktop right there. And my desktop goes to that big monitor, and then I sometimes have my laptop plugged into that monitor, but it wasn't always this way. I used to have my PS2 there, I used to have my Xbox 360 there, briefly. What does fire look like on this? Let me find that out. Ah, yes. Yoshika Miyako Red would be very jealous of my big dick at this moment. Hello. What are you doing? He's so excited! He's so excited. He's excited. I don't think he appreciates me talking about Yoshika Miyako Red like this. I don't think he appreciates me talking about him like this. Wait, I wonder if he finds this video like, oh dude, my friend linked me this video. I think Star's going insane, dude. The reason I watch Star's videos is because he's going insane, dude. He's going insane, dude. That's the reason I watch his videos now, is because he's going insane, dude. Yeah, this is my manga. Ooh, had a bit of a screen error there for a moment. Base check, ooh woo. This is my manga right here. I got Girl on the Shore. Gotta go fast though, because we got 30 seconds left. Bakemonogatari, Welcome to the NHK, all the volumes. My Lesbian Experience with Loneliness. Got The Triflers by Mumky Jones. Dead Demons, Dead Destruction, The Selfish Gene. You know, Fear and Loathing. We got a couple books here. A safe place, youth, some place to go, some place to help. Grand Theft. In my opinion, by far one of the strangest discussions that comes up again and again on the internet, in the mental health sphere, I guess you could say in the philosophy sphere as well, is this question of coping, or copes. And I have to scratch my head whenever this comes up, because the way that people present it is that it's a negative thing, that the idea of coping at all with the world that we exist in is a bad thing. The idea of having any meaning associated with your life that you've crafted a narrative around, constructed, or have been able to find positive things in, take pleasure from, is a negative thing. Just because when you break them down, you can realize that the reason those things are there is to cope with existing. There's a tremendous amount of pain that's associated with being alive. If you don't have the proper tools at your disposal to recognize how to make something of the world that you inhabit, then if you're thinking about the world that you inhabit, you're probably going to be pretty sad. The consciousness, the ability to think about the world that we're in and to analyze it, to look at our surroundings, can be an immensely painful thing. And that's why, you know, everyone has their vice. Everyone has their thing that they use to just get through being alive. And when that becomes negative is when they rely on it so much just to function that it ends up impeding their ability to do other things. That would be an unhealthy coping mechanism. But there are things that people do as copes, whether it be, going to the gym or, smoking some weed every now and again, talking with, I don't know, making comedy or something. Let's say you're a comedian, you make comedy and you just believe that your life is dedicated to doing comedy, or you believe that your life is dedicated to doing poetry. It could be any number of things. You find the things that you enjoy that continually help you get through the day. And you can recognize, by breaking them down philosophically, that these things are ways that you cope through life, that these things are ultimately things that we've, constructed in our own mind as people after recognizing this makes us feel good. And so I'm going to build a sort of dedication to this. It's like once we start forming words, we put the words together to put out an idea into language. At that point, you're abstracting something that essentially exists. It's that you experience something. The experience, the feeling that you get, is yours. It's real to you because you're feeling it. And then you're attempting to convert or translate that feeling into something that is substantial to other people, that they can make sense of. So you have to translate that feeling into language to use the words. Words sort of act as symbols for concepts that we have, whether they be concrete, like this table here, or more abstract, like what I'm talking about now. But we take those symbols that we've all sort of agreed upon in terms of words, and we put them together to form these sentences that in turn tell you what exactly it is that you're feeling and why and for how long, and all the little nuance and facets that involves with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Once you recognize that, yeah, everyone has their own cope, everyone has their own way of getting through life, everyone has their own meaning that they associate with the things that they are going through life with, then what's the point of going any further than that? You've already recognized that these aren't some sort of spiritual, magical things that just come out of thin air because of how amazing they are. You recognize that they're a product of the human condition, and that if we didn't have stuff like that, we would go insane, because thinking can very often be a nightmare. Being alive can very often be a nightmare. And so, in order to get through existing, we use these little things. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. But so often it's presented as if it is an ignorant or negative action to be able to just have things that make you happy. And that's why I think this negative association with the word cope is so dangerous, is that it's weaponized by people in the incel community, for instance, who want to drag you down. The goal of an incel group is to drag you down to their level. It's like crabs in a bucket, is that all of these people are very sad that their personalities or their physical character aren't able to mesh well with people of the opposite sex or the same sex or whoever. And so because of this, they end up being hyper judgmental towards your physical appearance to an insane degree. Like, normal people who are actually on the sexual marketplace would never be nearly as judgmental as incels are, but the reason they do that is because they want to bring you down to their level. They want you to feel as bad as they feel for failing as much as they have. Misery loves company, and they want to be surrounded by other failures. And so they end up dragging you down over there. But that idea of coping at all, that idea of coping at all being a negative thing, that it's something that you should be ashamed of, it's one of the ways that these incels, emotionally control one another is through memes like that. Is that even if it's presented as a joke many times, it psychologically it has its way of worming its way into people's brains and making them think, maybe everything, the few things that I do love and enjoy in this world, maybe those things are just are copes, and like, maybe I should just scream online all of the time about how women are evil or whatever, which, the ironic thing about that is that that's also a cope. There's kind of a feedback loop. I mean, if you really wanted to break it down as far as you possibly can, you could argue that the people who are claiming that everything is just an abstract, fever dream that isn't real, which I agree with, and that everything is just a cope, and everything is what's the other one? Nothing really has any meaning because it's all socially constructed and created by people, which I agree with. Those people taking all of these extreme ends of the deconstructive subjective spectrum, and throwing them all out there. You could argue that the people who are really weaponizing those ideas against other people are, in and of themselves, coping through doing so. Because it's an action, clearly if it's an action they took, they believe it's in their self-interest, which is, strike one, you're out. I believe, personally, that everything we do is in our self-interest. Sometimes it's irrational self-interest. Sometimes we do things for other people or for ourselves that do not benefit us in the short or long run. The reason we do them is because our brains, sort of consciously or subconsciously, do the cost-benefit analysis in our head and say, this thing would cause me more or less pain from having, done it. And so we're always acting in our self-interest. Whether it actually is in our self-interest or not, well, that's up to the beholder of the action, the person looking at it, the context of the situation, who the person is, what their goal is, etc. There's a number of complicating factors, but as a general rule, we're always sort of seeking to do what's in our self-interest, which could include altruism and taking care of others, and very often stuff like mutual aid, for example, is in our self-interest, but I digress. So the people are always doing that. And if you look at the people who are really weaponizing this anti-cope ideology, why are they doing it? What mentally damaging factor led them to doing that? And, we may not be able to know for sure, because in the end, any explanation we give for these kind of things is ultimately going to be a justification for why it's happening. We can never know for sure, but we do know that everything that happens is a result of the thing that preceded it, that there is a cause and effect for everything. We may not know what that cause and effect is, but there is a cause and effect. In order for something to have happened, there need to have been a cause for it. And when we recognize this, that everything that is done because it's in our self-interest, and that everything is done as the result of that which preceded it, that there is a cause and effect for what is being done, why is it that those people are throwing out the cope rhetoric? There's probably some underlying emotional factors that led them to that conclusion. People are not entirely logical beings. We are not monoliths that can just break down everything in the most logical way. Human beings make a lot of mistakes. We're very contradictory, we're very flawed, and most of the fundamental questions, we'll never be able to answer. And so it makes me wonder, when you really hone in on these people, when you use their rhetoric against them, when you really break it down, you end up realizing they're doing the exact same thing that they're railing against the whole time. And at that point, you got to wonder, why is any of this deconstruction being even done? What's the point of it? Well, the point of it is self-aggrandizing, self-indulgent philosophical masturbation, essentially. There's no point to it. And in the incel's case, to push other people down, there's not a point. You can recognize that all of these things are abstractions, that many of them are not real, that they're a product of the society they come from, or that they're used as copes to deal with the pain of existence that's inherent to existence. That's all fine and good. You can recognize those things. But the question is, functionally, what does that do? What end does that meet? There isn't much of one. You've just recognized something. And so, what's the point of arrogantly or pretentiously throwing that out every single conversation? Functionally, what does that do? For many people, it causes them to be ashamed of the way that they feel, and of the things that they do. Which, I mean, of course, that's on them. They should, they should either choose to talk to other people, or or just not let it affect them. But that is the end result. When that rhetoric is constantly being shoved down your throat. We can recognize these things, but it doesn't do anything to have recognized them. What's the point? Like, pragmatically speaking, what does it do? It doesn't do anything. So, I don't know. Everything is a cope in a sense. But there are healthy copes, healthy ways of dealing with copes. But the way people talk about it, I think, is very flawed.
Years ago.
Nazbol makes as much sense as anarcho-fascism.
Does Nazbol make sense? Like anarcho-fascism doesn't make any sense at all. Does Nazbol make a lot of music like Lefty Pole?
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Good question.
You wanna know how good Nazbol? You wanna know how good Nazbol music is? Their most favorite song is known by the iconic generation-defining lyric of "motherfucking bitch in your ass, nigga."
I thought you were gonna post a link to it or something.
I will if I can find it.
Give me on private. I need that song. I mean, like since the first day that
motherfuck you. It's literally called "motherfucker bitch in your ass." That's pretty good.
Either Katusha or Kozak.
It's in the general chat.
Alright.
I'm not gonna listen to it.
My God. When will we have like Jason here?
They sound like Satanists, not a political.
Well, I mean, they are Nazbol, so what do you expect?
Are you guys familiar with the Communist Dragon?
No.
He had this song that I think would maybe be in Nazbol. I'm not sure. I'll post it. It's in general now. My character's name is Dolly. You know what I am? I'm a national Keynesian. I mean, it's actually.
No. You actually can't be a national Keynesian because they support globalization.
I mean, have you ever heard about the the Social Democratic Party of the People's Republic of Korea?
I'm gonna ask you. Have you ever heard about the Democratic Socialist Alliance of America?
I see you're a man of culture as well.
I don't know that.
Holy shit. Please join the DSA. We'll literally suck your dick if you join our...
Where do I sign up?
I think they're joking.
Oh.
They really are so desperate for members, though.
I think like the $50 for like Unruh a month is worth it though. It's better than joining the DSA.
Dude, I'd give $100 a month, and Jason could make like high quality content compared to the DSA.
I don't know. I feel like that a lot of Jason's videos just seem like just regular news stuff, and they're not bad. But you haven't seen the good ones, though. Like
You haven't seen the classics.
I mean, a lot of his older ones are pretty good because he goes into detail about a lot of core questions, like where he defends. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the good ones.
Oh,
Let's play
or
what?
Do you remember the one where he goes like, "Fuck you"?
That was one of the best. No,
just like raises up both of his hands and saw the camera.
Yeah,
like when I asked him about that, I asked if he was drunk on that like video, and he said, "No, I was completely sober in that video." And I was just like, fucking laugh my ass off.
Could you send in the chat what video are you talking? Say, I don't know. What is this?
Fuck. Like, wait, let me see if I can find the video. So does that song I post count as Naspo?
Which one?
Here, I'll post it in general.
General.
Yeah, the general.
It's like a deep fried image of Stalin where it says "gay people genocide." Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, this is one of the best ones.
Fuck you.
You might hear it.
So. I love, in his like most recent mailbag, Ator,
Yeah.
when he just like played a solid minute and a half of 9/11.
Oh my god, like the 9/11 videos are the best ones.
And the question was like, how do you feel about 9/11? And it's just a minute of the fucking plane crashing into the two towers.
Yeah, like Jason, like I love how like the 9/11 joke just became part of the identity of the channel, though.
Oh shit, I think I'm out. Hello?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Okay. Yes.
I was watching the shortage of fucks video. I got distracted.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna be watching it for a bit. Saved it. No, so I'm good. Oh, you didn't watch.
There's a one here though. Like he
What?
needs to be. Like he's part of the gang. Dem Socko one.
Oh, I think he has his own Discord.
Yeah, he's not on Discord. He's on Skype and Twitter.
Damn. That's too bad. That's too bad, honestly.
Hang on.
One thing that I saw recently is that everybody is calling Batko a cuck for like it's changing his opinion on the ID poll because of Maxi and ContraPoints. Everybody's saying that like Batko, the manarchist. Like everybody's saying that he like betrayed the movement for pussy.
What? Dude,
What he did?
Okay, firstly, calm down. Secondly,
I don't know much
Miyako
about
is the
candy bar.
sweetest, most pristine, wholesome human being I have ever met. And if he did that, firstly, like, he was not a leader of any organization or movement, so he had nobody to betray. And secondly, he's literally like, I think he technically considers himself an anarchist, but he said specifically that he only considers himself an anarchist because of the way anarchist society is organized, basically, decentralized organization or whatever.
Oh.
So I'm like not even sure why you would be upset about that. It's like Batko's a chill dude, man. He can do whatever he wants.
Would an anarchist
I'm-
oppose?
He is. Like, everybody been, like, doing, like, fake drama just because he, like, changed his opinion on ID pool.
And what he said, I missed
What's
something.
ID poll? Identity politics?
He said
Yeah,
that it's good or what?
He changed his opinion. He used to be, like, anti-ID pool, like the lefty pool kind of type anti-ID pool. And now he's, like, changed his opinion, and now, because of Mexican ContraPoints, and now everybody's calling him.
Yeah, but
like,
isn't ContraPoints anarchist?
No, I think he's just, like, a fucking, like, liberal. Like a fucking
That's actually weird.
I think right at the moment, ContraPoints is still figuring things out because she takes a lot of jabs at capitalism, and she doesn't necessarily argue too much against Marxists. She kind of just doesn't say much about it. I just think she just doesn't know, and she's just trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just so good that she accepted to go into debate with, like, Blair White and, like, some other conservative, and the debate would, like, fund some, like, transphobic organization. Like, the money for the debate would go for, like, some conservative organization, and people were pissed with her about it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult situation. There's cost and benefits to both things.
So how do you become communist?
Sorry, you're talking to me?
That's everyone. How do you guys become communist? Or
Memes.
realize?
Just memes.
I mean, I don't know if I'm communist now. I think communist. What's the word I'm looking for? Leaning. But I don't have enough information for me to say it. I mean, I could say, oh yeah, I am, but I'd be lying to you guys.
Oh, you can just take
No,
the
no,
just take
like,
an 8 value
I'm
test
from
and you
I'm
got to
from
tell
the
you.
third world, so you already know how my situation is, basically.
Yeah,
Kind
you're,
of.
yeah. You're exploited heavily. I'm first world, so
Yes. Why has nobody still created a ZZZ hate chat?
I don't know. Maybe
That's
you should
something
make
that
one?
needs to be. Nah, if I want to create some like chat, I will probably like be like anime trash can or some shit.
Did anybody make like a video where they go into more detail as to why a lot of people dislike ZXZ? I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of him because
I mean,
he tends to agree. The only thing I really don't like about him is that he tends to buy a lot of the propaganda against the USSR from the West.
Oh,
Yeah, he's kind of a left comp, to be honest.
But do all left comms buy into the propaganda
Yes, they
against?
do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
they hate the USSR and all of social sections. That's not real socialism.
like
According to them,
What?
socialism has never existed.
only have
Yeah, don't you think kind of like that, like socialism is like classless immediately and like there's no money in it?
So
No, that's communism.
Well, yeah, that's what but the left communists say that socialism is like like classless immediately and like they just have labor vouchers and no currency.
You know, ZXZ
I mean,
praises
isn't
this.
labor vouchers basically the same thing as money, though?
Yes.
Yeah, basically.
Zizi praises this 1 month situated communist states like Paris Commune or Hungarian Revolution. He say that they was good. They did everything right. They had all this stuff that true revolution must have. I think if Russian Revolution could fail.
Like, one thing that I loved about the Sargon debate where Zizi was how Sargon shows to Zizi how dumb his logic is.
He really needed to shut the fuck up.
Let me say though, Zizi says that, oh yeah, we don't believe the USSR is socialist, but we need to learn with it. And then Sargon just, well, if you don't believe the USSR is socialist, then what the fuck will you learn from them? You already said they aren't socialists. You don't believe they're even socialist, then what the hell are you going to learn from them?
Yeah, that was the one thing that was really shitty about that debate.
That was that was the first time that I think that I actually cheered up for Sargon saying something.
Whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
Sargon's intelligible?
Yeah, Sargon said something intelligent. Really makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah, crazy.
My whole life is a lie.
The 5 minutes man actually said something intelligent.
There's something I just want to clarify that I just want to make sure I understand. A while back, you guys mentioned that cooperatives alone are sufficient enough to say that a system is socialist, and you said that a central a planned economy is preferred, one though democratically planned, I suppose. What's it called? What would you call a planned economy that the productions aren't cooperatively owned? Is that feudalism?
Yeah. I think. Wait, what?
What can you say it in a better terms, because I didn't actually hear
Okay,
that at all.
ours are lords and serfs and kings and whatnot.
Are you saying that anything that isn't co-ops is feudalism?
No. It has to be if planned economy plus co-ops equals socialism, and if let's say you detach them and you just have a system where it's markets and cooperatives, that's still capitalism. But if you have planned economy, that's not capitalism, but that's also not socialism. I guess planned economy without worker ownership, that would technically be feudalism, right? I just want to get my terminology correct.
So planned economy plus markets, right?
No. Planned economy plus the absence of cooperatives, no worker ownership at all, and planned markets.
Okay.
I don't think it's possible to have a market-driven planned economy. Those things are mutually exclusive, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Is this I just want to know one thing. Are we going to make a chat and voice thing just for the mods? Just to go ahead, because they're the rest of the mods aren't here. Damn.
Are there any mods here now?
Yeah, there aren't any more. All of them left, I think.
There was a voice chat only for mods, but I don't know why someone deleted it.
Alright.
No idea.
Marxist.org is a pain to navigate.
I'm gonna be on a phone in a hotel for now. Technically homeless because of closing bullshit. Our parents had to have the house close before we can go to the new house. So I remember in a Warframe, I think it's kind of like what Marx described. I said, oh, you could be act like a hunter, cook, some other thing.
By the way,
This will be one for the history books, folks. This will be one of those hidden star moments where I end up falling back into, I guess, old behavior patterns or something. My heart has been beaming today in a not good way. It's still going really fast as I'm laying down here. I took 2 anxiety meds to calm down. Hopefully that helps. But the heart's been going really fast, and I think I have an idea of what the cause was, and maybe I'm getting worse, is because I've noticed this happening more lately. I accidentally encountered someone who I used to know, something they said about me, and I got really, really upset. I don't do that, and my heart started going really fast, and so I tried laying down for a while, but it didn't really help. I thought I was gonna have a panic attack. That hasn't happened in a while, you know. I'm not an anxious person. I guess I just react really big to when I see stuff like that. But it's not like often. Like, you can say all kinds of terrible stuff to me and I won't react. But I think I saw it at the wrong time. And I physically reacted. I took those pills. It's for anxiety, and I've been trying to calm down and drink water and stuff. But I think it's an interesting notion. I guess it's an interesting thing that happened. It's rare. I don't get super bad anxiety like that, or like panic. I don't get panic reactions very often, so I wanted to record it. I guess tell me in the comments what you think, what might have caused that. I think it was from seeing what the person had said. That wasn't intentional. I just I haven't reacted that intensely to something someone said before in a very long time. So, yeah, an interesting phenomenon that I've noticed, and I'm actually experiencing this right now as I record the fucking video. Interesting phenomenon is that lately I've been crying more, but it's not in the traditional way. Like, this used to happen to me a little bit is that I would cry, but I wouldn't, like, it wouldn't be like an intense cry. It would just be kind of uncontrollable. I would just be sitting there or standing there, and I'd be really upset. But it's not like a type of upset that's like external. It's like an internalized one that that like you don't feel it. You feel it intensely, but also you don't. It's like there's a dichotomy between the two, and you just cry without really reacting in your face, I guess is what I mean. And so I just I lately, it's been happening a lot more lately, is that I'll just be doing something, like something I would normally do every day, and I've just been crying in my face. Like, it's uncontrollable. Like, I'm not trying to do it. I just am. And, it used to happen to me a lot in 2018. And this is sometimes in 2017, not much. In 2018, it happened a lot. I would just be like, I would have to do work or something, and I would be standing there doing the work, but tears would just come out of my face. And I wouldn't have much say in it. It would just happen. And a lot of the time, they're like kind of shallow tears. They're not like the big tears that you get when you get really upset. They just fall down your face, and you don't have much of a reaction for them. And this has been happening to me more lately. I don't quite know what to make of it. But good times.